So next up for lectures on Lacan, as you probably already know, is Seminar 16. We're jumping from 14 to 16. And not surprisingly, some folks have been looking into Seminar 16, particularly the first few pages, and have written to me asking basically, what the fuck? These are crazy pages. It's tough to make sense of them. What's the story here? So I think it's worth just taking a second before the series even begins and looking at these first few pages. I'm looking here potentially as a start on page 4 and then working back. It's really the first 4 to 6 pages before Lacan introduces Marx that he's laying out some things for us to consider. And it's not irrelevant that the start here is with structuralism. Here's what Lacan tells us, though, on page 4. Do not be frightened. These are opening remarks, reminders of certainties, not truth. And I would like, before introducing today the schemas from which I intend to start, so we're even before the start of this seminar, to mark that if something here and now ought to already be in the palm of your hand, it is what I took the care to write earlier on the board about the essence of theory. The essence of psychoanalytic theory is the function of discourse, and very precisely because of something that may appear new to you, or at least paradoxical, that I am saying that it is without words. It is a matter of the essence of the theory because it is what is at stake. So if we take that as a starting point and then look back at the epigraph for the entire seminar, we see where Lacan has written on the board, the essence of psychoanalytic theory is a discourse without words. Now, if you've reviewed our materials on Seminar 14, you know exactly what he means by discourse. But it's worth taking a second to work on this together now so that you have a sense of what he's doing with the very first operative word in this epigraph, discourse. What the hell does he mean by discourse? Now, it's commonly known that Seminar 16 marks this discursive turn in Lacan's thought, which is going to culminate in Seminar 17 with the 4 discourses. Here, it's worth focusing on what he means by discourse in this kind of preliminary stage. And remember, as Lacan puts it, we are at the beginning of the beginning, before he's even started the seminar, he has these opening remarks. Now, if you've read Lacan, you know that at the beginning and the end of his remarks is usually where most of the good stuff is. He usually tells you what's going on right up front, albeit in a completely difficult, challenging, I am a poem sort of way. So let's look for a second at this notion of discourse. You see the epigraph, it's on page 1 of the unpublished English translation that we're working with here of Seminar 16. A discourse without words. And then he immediately jumps from there into structuralism. And some publicist who lumps some people together, encompassing them in a discourse known as structuralism. Lacan then goes on famously to play with the idea that this publicist, this work of publicity, is also like putting people together in a dustbin, containing them in a dustbin. And Lacan jokes that, I've been around the block a few times, it's no big deal, top of page 2. I know what is involved in living with household refuse. So here what you have is a discourse, structuralism, that Lacan is toying with as a container, not unlike a wastebasket or a dustbin, that in this case contains refuse. And this is our first and foremost entry into what Lacan means by discourse. At this point, discourse is closely connected to language, it's closely connected to the big other, it's closely connected to the symbolic. What we learned in Seminar 14 is that the big other does not exist. And what Lacan means when he says that is that it doesn't exist as whole, as total, as all-encompassing. There's always something missing from the big other. This is the reason why Lacan will say the big other doesn't exist, there is no meta-language, and various other bumper stickers. It's a set theoretical argument that he's making, and it's really quite simple. Containers are not among the things they contain. So there's a wastebasket right here, sitting next to my desk. The wastebasket itself is not among the refuse that is inside it. The container is not among the things it contains. Here you can see why Lacan, in this period, is fascinated with Russell's paradox, the set of all sets that do not contain themselves. And Lacan says that's not a paradox at all. Logically, it makes sense. You can just think right through that one. There's nothing paradoxical about that. Unless you're operating in the wheelhouse of philosophy, symbolic logic, then it suddenly is extremely problematic. But here the first thing to note is, when Lacan says discourse, he means container. And his theory of the container, whether it's the big other, the symbolic, language, or a discourse, is that it's always missing something. The other is always barred for this reason. Something is missing from it. And in the famous bumper sticker that we've all heard before, what's missing from the big other is a big other for itself. There is no other of the other. Now, I'm playing with this idea, obviously, because of the title of this seminar, From an Other to the Other. But also just kind of riffing on this so that you'll have some of our notes from Seminar 14 top of mind here about what Lacan is doing with language and the lack of a meta-language. Immediately after this understanding of structuralism as a discourse, as a wastebasket full of refuse, which is not unimportant here, he shifts from this basket to philosophy, as if to say that structuralism, whatever this means, is not philosophy. If by this word, philosophy, he says on page 2, there is designated a vision of the world. Now, already we are getting at what Lacan understands in this period to be the fundamental fantasy. The fundamental fantasy is that the other does in fact exist as whole, as totalizing. The fundamental fantasy is that wholeness is achievable. Completion can be rendered. That the big other, in other words, exists. And he says this is part of what philosophy gets into. If by this word there is designated a vision of the world, some outside perspective that would be able to take the entire world into itself and fully contain, totalizing as such, the world. Lacan doesn't want to be associated with that shit. He thinks that that is the fundamental fantasy of philosophy, which we're going to come to in a second, as to how this materializes around thought, all in the first 4 pages of what is the preliminary remarks on Seminar 16 that Lacan offers. Immediately on 2 after this, he dips into castration and says that this is the constitutive truth that psychoanalysis brings to the field here, this notion of castration. I don't think we need to spend a bunch of time on this. You can find this material discussed in other lectures in our series. Almost in every single one of them, we've got a section on castration. The things to note here are, in fact, the issue of no union of man and woman. Now, you've heard this phrase bandied about as well. The no union part is important. Prior to this, just a couple years before, Lacan is saying there is no universe of discourse. I've posted about this before on our Substack and also on Instagram. What he means by that is that there is no totalized, completely contained, coherent sense of discourse. And that's partly what he's working on here. There's always a disjunction. Something is constantly dropping out of that process. And Lacan wants to access that by way of castration. He wants to put that in terms of man and woman, which is just fine. We can come to that in future series, as I expect we will when we get to 19 and 20 especially. Right now, what matters is the no union part. Because as you move down on page 2, don't get caught up in the bullet points. Don't get caught up in the man and woman business. Focus on the no union. Because then at the bottom of page 2, we get an equivalence of kinds. No harmony. And then at the top of page 3, we get this hooked back into the discourse of philosophy. Philosophy is always trying to harmonize thinking with itself. And what Lacan is here saying is that there is no union, there is no harmony, and this process is destined to fail. All right, checking back in here on this notion of philosophy as attempting to harmonize thinking with itself in a process that always fails. The discourse of philosophy, like all discourses, is leaky. There's always something that's dropping out from it that's fundamentally missing, that renders that big other lacking. And the trick is to find where this lack is signified. Hence the famous signifier of lack in the big other that you see in the upper left-hand quadrant of the graph of desire. And we're going to focus here briefly on this important paragraph in the middle of page 3, where Lacan really zeroes in on this, if only to let us know once more that the unconscious is truly the object field of psychoanalysis. A rule of thinking that has to guarantee itself from non-thinking as being that which may be its cause. This is what we are confronted with in the notion of the unconscious. So you heard me in our series on Seminar 14 dip back into Lacan's critique of Descartes, which I assume you're probably pretty familiar with at this point. You can review that, holler at me if you need access to those materials, and I'll do what I can. It's only in the measure of the beyond sense of remarks and not as is imagined and as the whole of phenomenology supposes from sense that I am as thinking. My thinking cannot be regulated, whether one adds or not, alas, as I wish. It is regulated. Now, the most important part of this, the really new element that Lacan is introducing here is it is regulated, which is going to connect in the next paragraph with his statement, it is reigning. But for now, let's just focus on this notion of connecting philosophy with an attempt to harmonize thinking with itself. And what Lacan is here saying is that that harmony can't happen. There's always some cacophonous, discontinuous element that interferes in this process. And I think what we could say, agreeing with Alain Badiou here, is that philosophy is always caught in this dialectic between sense and nonsense, meaning and absurdity. Which is it? Coherence, incoherence. Philosophy is always working and trying to figure out and monitor the boundaries between sense and nonsense. And Badiou does a really good job in his lectures on Lacan of pointing out that there's a third element here. It's not just 1 + 1 = philosophy here. It's not just sense and nonsense. It's something is left behind by the disjunction between sense and nonsense, between knowledge and the unknowable, if you want to play it that way. This is neither sense nor nonsense, but what Badiou rightly refers to as absense. Ab meaning off, away from. Absence, though, is not nonsense. And I think Badiou is precisely right. This is a very important distinction to note. Absence is the disjunction, or what's left of the disjunction between sense and nonsense, that is the very basis for the discourse of philosophy. So the discourse of philosophy, in other words, would suggest that if it can just wrap its brain around knowledge and the unknowable, sense and nonsense, that it will have a totalizing account, what Lacan earlier here on page 2 suggests, a vision of the world. And what's missing from that, though, is the very disjunction, the very relationship between, or the non-relationship between knowledge and the unknowable, sense and nonsense. And this is a third element. The relationship between sense and nonsense, the differential relationship between them that philosophy establishes, maintains, and monitors, that differential relationship is a third element that philosophers are oftentimes ignorant of. It is something that is absent in the discourse of philosophy. This disjunction between sense and nonsense that is absent from their discourse, known as philosophy, Lacan refers to it on page 3 as a kind of intersense, something between sense, if you will. Now, he could be playing with the close relationship between sense and essence, interest. That's also at work here. Absence, nonsense. The sense part of this has its etymology in the verb esse, meaning to be. So just hold that in mind as we're messing with this here, because as you've heard me say, probably more than you prefer, there is an ontology of psychoanalysis, and it is a meontology because it deals with non-being, with a field of experience that is off and away from being, that is absent from the discourse of being, known as ontology. Ontos being, logos, discourse about. Absent from the discourse of being, absent from ontology, is this other field. And this is going to be the field of psychoanalysis, the field of non-being, of meontology. That's kind of what Lacan is getting at here with the notion of intersense on page 3. This is something that he says is beyond sense. And I don't know if I like that as much as absense in Badiou's reading of this and texts following this period in Lacan's thought. If you like your Lacanian terms, this would be something that is extimate, something that is exterior to and intimate to the discourse of philosophy. It's a hole, if you will, in the discourse of philosophy that allows philosophy to operate. In fact, that's the important part here about Lacan's use of set theory, Lacan's understanding of containers, or in keeping with this discussion, discourses. The hole in discourse that renders it leaky, the same way that a waste bin can have a hole or crack in it, or a bag can have a hole in it, is not actually a subtraction of the value of the waste bin or the basket, but instead the very basis for its meaning, for its value. It doesn't mean it makes it more functional. It just means that the dysfunctional aspect of every totalizing operation is precisely what allows it to continue and perpetuate itself as a totalizing operation. This is why Badiou is the great inheritor of Lacanian thought, I believe, in part, because he fundamentally understands that the state, although it purports to seek a totalizing count of every entity in the world and so on and so forth, it works and sustains itself only by ensuring at a structural, logical level that that count is always incomplete. Because if the count were ever complete, there'd be no need for the state as a counting operation to do its thing. So there's always something more to be counted. And that's why in the field of identity politics that is so endemic to our world today, you have to be very careful about what you ask for. Is representation of your identity group exactly what you want? I can tell you it's exactly what the state wants you to want. It absolutely wants you to want to be uncounted but subject to the count that is its operation. So here we are working with this notion of discourse as a counting mechanism, pushing it in Badiou's direction. What Lacan's going to say again and again is that there is this structural, logical inoperativity, a slippage of sorts, something that's constantly falling out from the process. If indeed it's this attempt in philosophical discourse to harmonize thinking with itself, what we can see is that the monkey wrench in this system is going to be the unconscious. Because we know that it's precisely where I think I'm thinking that I damn sure am not. And it's in fact where I don't think I'm thinking, at the level of the body, at the level of the unconscious, that all of my greatest thoughts truly occur. So Lacan's going to turn this philosophical system on its head but he's looking for this notion of the unconscious here as something that would be the cause and condition of possibility for thought itself. That's what he's doing on page 3. And we're moving fast and loose here because this is an anticipation of what we're going to be up to in the series and just getting folks acquainted with the first few pages of this seminar, which are pretty damn daunting. The next paragraph that we come to is this notion of "it is raining." And the key thing to note there is, where's the subject? Who's the agent in this sentence? What is the it in "it is raining"? I'm not saying I rain. Lacan moves very quickly through this only to say, baby, it is raining primary truths. It's an interesting move. Very interesting, quick move that he's making here. The being of thought is the cause of thinking qua beyond sense. Again, think of this as absence. Now, using this structure rejects any promotion of infallibility. And here we come to the key point at the bottom of page 3. Lacan's understanding of structure, of discourse, of language, of the other, of the symbolic, we can keep adding to this list. And that, of course, is going to risk muddying several concepts, but it allows us to establish a baseline for Lacan's thought. If you accept his theory of the big other, namely that the big other doesn't exist, that it's always lacking, that something's always missing from it, the same way that the trash can itself is always missing from the contents that it has within it, then you have to allow for some fallibility in our understanding of discourse, of structure, of logic. Here, this structure rejects any promotion of infallibility. And notice Bruce Fink's move on this. Whenever you see phallus, think fallible. Those words are etymologically connected. The lexical history is there. Lacan's theory of structure, of discourse, is one that rejects any notion of infallibility. Completion, harmony, union. There is no universe of discourse. It is only helped precisely from the gap. There's that third element, that disjunction, that third element that proves that for Lacan, 1 + 1 always equals 3. And now we come to these elements that couple with this fallibility. There's a halting, stopping, defective, failing aspect. Something flawed is occurring at the top of page 4. Notice how this disrupts the fundamental fantasy. The fundamental fantasy, as we learned in Seminar 14, is the belief that wholeness can be acquired, that somebody somewhere knows all the answers, that the big other is this incredibly elaborate, coherent, cognizant, everywhere at once NSA. You start slipping into kind of paranoid delusions here. The truth, though, is that shit doesn't exist. There is no omniscient, omnipotent, big other out there watching you. It ain't Colonel Sanders. It ain't Queen Elizabeth, even though she still lives on in Clickhole. It certainly is not the NSA. It's not aliens, as your very interesting neighbor might tell you. This fundamental fantasy is shattered by Lacan's theory of the structure, of discourse, of language, which is always flawed, defective, purporting to be totalizing, but always missing something. This is what structuralism takes seriously, Lacan says on page 4. It takes seriously the fact of knowledge as cause in thinking, and most usually it has to be said in a delusional perspective. If philosophy is the discourse that seeks a harmony of thinking with itself, and by extension some sort of view of the entire world, what Lacan is here going to tell us is that is a delusional perspective. Delusional because it marks a fundamental fantasy, that you could somehow step outside and away from the world enough to get a holistic, totalizing, encompassing perspective on it. Which brings us back to where we started this little discussion. Do not be frightened. These are opening remarks, reminders of certainties, not truths. And I would like, before introducing today the schemas from which I intend to start, to mark that if something here and now ought already to be in the palm of your hand, it is what I took the care to write earlier on the board about the essence of the theory. The essence of psychoanalytic theory is the function of discourse. Read dysfunction of discourse. And very precisely because of something that may appear new to you, or at least paradoxical, that I am saying that it is without words. It is a matter of the essence of the theory because this is what is at stake. Now understanding a little bit about what he means by discourse, we can move to the question of what he means to have a discourse without words, and this being the essence of psychoanalytic theory. Now, there's a quick answer to this, and there's a longer answer to this. I'll give you the quick in order to push pause and move the discussion forward, and say that I would guess that the without words, the discourse without words, would in fact be that of mathematics, or in Lacan's sense, the mathemes. The mathemes and the formulas of Lacanian psychoanalysis mark a discourse without words that is the essence of psychoanalytic theory. All right, let's speed up a bit here. You've got this idea of a discourse without words being the essence of psychoanalytic theory. And you've got this other idea that discourse, like the big other, like the symbolic, like language, is necessarily, logically, structurally barred, lacking, incomplete, which is how we get Lacan's claim at the start of 14 and also at the very start of 16. There is no universe of discourse. Why not? To review very quickly, it's as simple as this. Containers, again, are not among their contents. There is a structural logical lack here, and this structural logical lack is especially apparent when it comes to totalizing containers, totalizing sets, containers and sets that purport to encompass all members of any given category. Now, all of this is from our series on 14, and we've got a couple of excerpts from that you can access on Substack, Instagram, and the like, so we can leave it at there. Here's what you also have heard so far, though. You've also heard me say that this inherent dysfunction of containers, especially those that purport to be totalizing entities, is endemic to their form and function. Totalizing sets like language, discourse, the symbolic, and the big other, part and parcel of their operation is their inoperativity. And I would even say that this inoperativity is the condition of possibility for their function. Now, this is a move that Lacan is also keen on in the mid to late 1960s. What we can add is this. It's at the level of the flaw, the defect, the failure, the gap, the hole in their container-like structures that we find the basis for these structures' operation, legitimacy, and endurance. What looks like a flaw, logical, structural, and otherwise, in other words, is in fact the most valuable feature of these entities. It's their most prized and protected attribute. And it's the site at which their true forms and functions await discovery. The idea here is that a leaky bucket can always hold more water, and thus never exhaust its structural capacity as a container. That's worth hanging on to here. Here, the bucket is no longer a means to the end of water containment, transportation, and the like, but instead it becomes, what I call in the chattering mind, a means without end, ever renewing its basic operativity by the sheer fact that it never quite completes its task.
It's always dysfunctional at some basic level. Which brings Lacan to the mustard pot. You know that mustard pot. It's the mustard pot we encounter on page 5 of Seminar 16. It's not the first time we've seen it. If you've read Lacan, and he even mentions this, the mustard pot's been in the margins of other works by him as well. What makes a mustard pot valuable? Or if you're in the United States, it'd be like a mustard jar. We're talking about the thing in your fridge or wherever you keep it that has a lid on it and there's mustard inside, okay? He calls it a mustard pot, whatever. Its value depends on what's inside, right? It's the mustard inside that you pay for when you buy the mustard pot. That's what we'd say normally. In other words, that it's the contents of the mustard pot that make it valuable. And once these contents are gone, the pot, we would say, is worthless, refuse, one more item for the waste bin. Now, on page 5 of Seminar 16, which I think is a brilliant move that Lacan is making, he says the opposite. He says that mustard pots take on their value when they're empty. Now, why is this? Because, and he is alluding to this, because it's only then that you can see that it's the label on the outside that distinguishes it as a mustard pot and nothing else. What marks it as a mustard pot is not what's inside, but the label that's on the front. And so you can think of, let's say, 2 identical doors. And above one is ladies and another is written gentlemen. Now you can take those labels and switch them. The doors remain the same. You don't know what's inside. What matters as the level of the signifier is what's above it. Here we're talking about mustard instead of ladies or gentlemen outside of ostensibly restrooms. There's more to this though. Lacan says that mustard pots take on their value when they're empty. Okay? But he says they take on even more value when they're broken. Now, this is some wild shit to say, but part of what we do in this series is to try and learn to think this way. And so you could treat this as a thought experiment if you just can't bear the idea of an empty, broken mustard pot being the most valuable part of the mustard eating experience. Lacan's working on something here. Let's see if we can trace it out. It's even more valuable when it's broken, dysfunctional, or as Lacan puts it, holed, when there's been a hole punched through it. This is when the condiment container becomes most valuable. What the fuck is this about? This is wild stuff. Let me try and put it succinctly in anticipation of where we're headed here. It's only when the use value of the mustard pot breaks down and allows for some kind of otherworldly exchange value instead, that we see some sort of an ultimate value popping up here. I'm not going to call it a surplus value yet, but I want to say there's like an ultimate value. This is what Lacan is suggesting right at the start of Seminar 16. So I want to spend some time looking at this. Check it out, page 5. If yours looks like mine, something like this. There was a time, allow me a little interlude before getting into this domain, when I took the example of the pot, not without there being such a scandal that I left this pot, as I might say, in the margin of my écrit. What was at stake was the fact that the pot is, in a way, the tangible image, that it is the meaning modeled, that it is this meaning modeled by itself, thanks to which, manifesting the appearance of a form and content, it allows there to be introduced into thinking the idea that it is the contents that is the meaning, as if thinking showed here this need to imagine itself as having to contain something else. For this is what the term to contain designates when it is highlighted with regard to an inopportune act. Note the play here with contents and container. We're still on point. the pot. And I called it mustard in order to remark that far from necessarily containing any, it is precisely because it is empty that it takes on its value as a mustard pot. Namely, that it is because the word mustard is written on it. But mustard, which means that there is much delay, and there's the French play on mustard that you may have encountered in secondary scholarship on this. For this pot, before it reaches its eternal life as a pot which begins at the moment when this pot will be wholed. So the idea that there's some delay here, and this French expression, captures something about the increasing lack of use value that Lacan wants to suggest with the mustard pot. This much delay would be like going to somebody's house for lunch. Y'all are eating sandwiches or whatever, and after lunch, there's some kind of dessert perhaps, and it's only then that the host shows up with the mustard for the sandwich. The mustard has arrived to the table with such a delay that it's no longer useful to the event of having lunch at this person's house. The mustard is late, and in becoming late, its tardiness renders its uselessness. Because it's under this appearance throughout the ages that we find in digs, namely by searching in tombs, something that will bear witness to us about the state of a civilization. The pot is wholed. It is said as a homage to the dead person, and so that the living person can make use of it. Of course it is a reason, but there is perhaps another one, which is the following. It is that this whole is intended to produce, so that this whole produces, illustrating the myth of the deny. Now, what are we working at here? If you know the myth of the deny, and it's a terrible curse, you would never want to curse this on somebody, but here's the idea, is that you're condemned to transport water from one place to the next, but you're only given a leaky bucket. The example is of a sieve or something like this, something that water just pours right through. And your job is to transport water from point A to point B. But obviously, if you've got a leaky bucket or a sieve or something like this, by the time you get the water in the thing and start walking, by the time you get to point B, the water's all gone. And so you got to go back and get more. That's partly what he's working on here. It is in this state that this pot, when we have resurrected it from its burial place, occupies a place of honor on the shelf of the collector in this moment of glory. So what you're seeing here is the pot is emptied, broken, because a hole's being punched through the bottom of it. And it's there at the level of the dysfunction of the mustard pot that it starts to take on value, honor, glory. It becomes collectible. For just as much as for God, so now it even has a divine importance, it is in this glory that it reveals its nature. The nature of the mustard pot is revealed in the glory that it can now attain because it no longer works. It no longer functions. It's been broken. It can't hold anything, certainly not a condiment like mustard. It doesn't mean it'll ever find new contents. It just means that its use value as a container for the content, the condiment known as mustard, has disappeared. It's gone. The structure of the pot, I'm not saying it's material, appears there as what it is, namely, correlative to the function of the tube. So here's another turn that Lacan's taking. So you've got a mustard pot that's emptied, holed, now has some sort of divine, glorious opportunity, and now can also be understood as a tube, right? You've got a mustard pot, there's an opening at the top, you've holed the bottom of it, so Lacan's suggesting that there's some sort of a tube-like structure here with an opening at the top and an opening at the bottom. And here's this move he wants to make. What we're working on here is no longer a mustard pot, but a tube, a drum. And if we're going to search for pre-formations in nature, we will see that for a horn or a shell, it is still there after the life has been extracted from it, that it shows what its essence is, namely its capacity for producing sound. Now, this is a wild move. It's part of what makes the opening pages of Seminar 16 so daunting, is this riff on the mustard pot that now has become a horn, a shell, a two-opening cylinder, a tube that can be used as a drum or something else for producing sound. Here the mustard pot is revealed as something vascular, no longer something to be stuffed with a condiment, in other words, filled, but instead something that is holed, perforated with an opening that can transmit sound, air, instead. It's gone from a condiment for your sandwich to sound production. The moves here are interesting, to say the least. Remember where we're headed in the direction of Marx. And let's see if we can take this a step further. But also to get us back to something really basic in psychoanalysis. And that is the analysand's speech. The same is true of mustard pots as Lacan is working it here. We might say that that's also true of empty speech, of analytic experience. It's where my speech and action fail, where they start to slip, stutter, stammer. It's where dysfunction appears in speech and action, that the truth of who and what I am all about can be discovered, disclosed, and if done well, resubjectivized. Just pause and think about this for a second. It's always on broken ground, not hard-packed soil, that seeds to be sown are planted. Hold this in mind as we move forward past page 6 right now in Seminar 16. All right, moving past page 6 in Seminar 16. You know what? And just when you think you got the crazy out of you with the mustard pot, along comes Marx. It's precisely after Lacan introduces this mustard pot that he turns to Marx. Now remember what's happening with the mustard pot and the relationship between its use value to you as a consumer of, I don't know, stuff that has mustard to go with it, and its exchange value in this kind of otherworldly system where mustard pots are holed, filled with special things, and put in a tomb, buried with your ass. You never thought you'd be buried with a mustard pot, but here you go. You're going to get buried with a mustard pot, and you'll be damn happy that it happened that way, because it'll be stuffed with amazing things. This is what you see on page 6 too. Precious materials, perfumes, gold, incense, and myrrh, all of these things are stuffed into broken mustard pots, which are then put in tombs and then dug up hundreds, thousands of years later by archaeologists. The pot explains the meaning of what is there by virtue of what, Lacan asks. By virtue of a use value. Let us rather say of an exchange value with another world and another dignity, of a token value. That it should be in pots that we find the manuscripts of the Dead Sea Scrolls is something to make us sense that it is not the signified that is within. It is very precisely the signifier. Even and especially when the label mustard has worn off the exterior, it doesn't mean that you have a lack of signifiers and they're signifying the meaning and all blah, blah, blahs inside. No. What's inside is, in fact, the blah, blah, blah. It's another round of signifiers. Here, it's the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then we're back to the topic with which this thing began. And it is with that we have to deal when it is a matter of what is at stake for us, namely the relationship between discourse and word in analytic efficacy. Let's not trip on that right now. let's just back up for a second and talk about value. Exchange value, use value, because eventually we're going to get surplus value. And you can see on page 6, as soon as he's done with this discussion, it's on to marks. Let's check this out and see what happens. Lacan wants to say that beyond use value, beyond exchange value, is surplus value. And it's here that his attention really focuses. So we don't need to spend much time on use value. Use value is the value that something has in its utility. The use value of this glorious coffee mug is in its ability to help me have a drink of coffee. The exchange value is how much I had to pay to have one of my cats put on the front of it. And don't mess around. There's the other one right there. I got both cats on a coffee mug. That shit wasn't free. I had to pay for that. I had to exchange my hard-earned dollars to get this amazing coffee cup in return. That's the exchange value. How much do you have to pay to get this coffee mug onto your desk? It can be exchanged for money. So that's use value and exchange value, roughly speaking. Let's focus on surplus value, as Lacan would have us. What the hell is it? Surplus value is the difference between the production cost and the sale price of any given entity, coffee mugs and otherwise. If an item sells for more than it costs to make, the capitalist turns a profit. And if it costs more to make the item than the capitalist can sell it for, that motherfucker takes a loss. So surplus value is the difference between how much it costs to make something and how much it can be sold to someone else. So let's say this coffee mug, it was a gift. I don't know how much it cost. Let's say it was a $20 coffee mug. How much do you think it cost to produce this mug? $2? $3? Now, it's not just the materials that go into this. There's also the labor of its production. There's the maintenance of the machinery and the housing for that machinery that would allow for the production of coffee mugs. There's also some sort of a transportation cost because this thing has to be shipped. It has to be packed. There's boxes. There's all kinds of stuff. You also have to pay the person that does the digital work. You have to pay the person to host the website where whomever gave me this gift probably found that and threw images of my cats up there and stuff like that. So there's a lot that goes into the cost to produce an item. But the wager of surplus value and the wager of the capitalist is, I can still sell it for more than the totality of those production costs. All things considered, end to end, door to door, this coffee mug may be, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks, but it sells for 20 or 25. The surplus value is that 10 bucks or so that the capitalist gets to take as profit in this example. Now, already, when we start moving into discussions of profit, deficit, gain, and loss, because again, if it costs less to produce than you can sell it for, you make a profit. There's your surplus value. But it can also go in the opposite direction. You can fuck up and spend a lot of money making something that'll only sell for a fraction of the cost it took to produce it. Now you're dealing with a deficit. Now you've got a loss. Lacan wants to say these all are in the field of surplus. Now, if you've got ears to hear, you can notice that Lacan is already starting what he would go on to define as a basic operational logic of discourse, be it the discourse of a master, a hysteric, an analyst, or yours truly, a professor. Namely, the way it always results in a gain or a loss Discourse always results in a gain or a loss. There is a production or a deficit that results from a discourse. So if you can remember the discourse of the master, the kind of foundational discourse that Lacan starts working with in his next seminar, or just the basic structural logic of the discourse where you have an addressor speaking or addressing someone else, an addressee, and then there's a production. Something is generated from that interaction. The master tells the slave to bake a cake. The cake is what's produced. There's a productive process. Now that production can result in a gain or a loss. Lacan is keen on this too. Here's what he wants to add. These gains and losses are typically for someone's enjoyment. The question here at this point, if only to be posed now and answered later, is whose enjoyment? Who gets to capture the surplus enjoyment that comes with a gain at the level of profit? And who gets to capture surplus enjoyment at the level of loss, namely in the field of deficit? There's a lot to say about surplus. We're going to come back to it. We're going to talk about the etymology. We're going to chart this thing. We're going to get to the bottom of surplus so that we've got a pretty good understanding of what Lacan is here doing with the word surplus. There's also this other term, though, that I just threw out, which is enjoyment. Enjoyment's a technical term, and it's one of these terms in Lacan's work that permutates and transforms as his thought develops. So you can check out, for instance, Miller's essay, Paradigms, and you can see all the different ways that jouissance has transformed. He identifies 6. Terrific. It's a pretty good piece, actually. It's got a lot of really great insights. It's got a few errors, though, too, that I would like to return to as we get going here. But for now, I think it's important to just note that enjoyment is a technical term. It's one that Lacan worked on throughout his career, and it's one that has had a shifting meaning. Miller identifies 6. I'm not sure there are that many. But you can see this term changing as Lacan's thought develops. So anything you hear me say about enjoyment now, it might be hooked into one particular area of his thought. The question we might ask is, what does enjoyment mean for Lacan here in the late 60s? For now, though, let's just take a zoomed out perspective here. First and foremost, enjoyment ain't pleasure. Pleasure, to keep it basic, is like eating until you're full, with or without mustard. Enjoyment is overeating, getting to that point where you start to feel a little uncomfortable, and then maybe working out like a demon the next day, which may be, according to you, because you deserve it. Maybe you earned that brutal workout. Maybe it is the just and only dessert for the meal that you overconsumed. Pleasure is about comfort, ease, repose. It has a right-sized normative relationship to objects, to commodities. Enjoyment is excessive. It goes beyond pleasure. It's often tinged with discomfort. In the case of the overeating that produced the intense workout, notice how you feel after that workout. You are sore as hell. And you like it. That groan when you get up after doing a great workout earlier that day or the following day, yeah, it hurts, but it hurts so good. Pleasure is acceptable, even advised. And for that reason, it's inhibited. Enjoyment, in this very basic preliminary introduction to the topic, is intensive. It marks an effective intensity at the level of your body. And as you heard me say, there's something excessive about it. Pleasure is an inhibited experience, structured and sustained, monitored, conditioned by normative rules of law and order, society, and the like. There's something excessive about enjoyment. There's a beyondness to it, a beyond normativity that comes with it. Now, that doesn't mean that every approach to enjoyment has to be based on the transgression of normative laws and orders. That's a certain approach to enjoyment. And in Seminar 7, you see Lacan pretty hot on this topic. Enjoyment as transgression. That's definitely not the only way to enjoy. So hold in mind before you make too many moves from here on enjoyment that we are just getting started. Let's keep it basic still, maybe even more basic, and ask a question. What makes enjoyment excessive? Well, if you've tuned in to this series before, you've probably heard me say what I'm about to say again. Let's review. Society is founded on laws. All laws are effectively prohibitions. They amount to thou shalt not. Think 10 Commandments. And all prohibitions, societal and otherwise, if you could even imagine a prohibition that is not functionally societal, I'd like to hear from you. Let me know what that is. All these prohibitions that are equivalent to the laws that are the structuring elements of society are prohibitions against enjoyment. So much so that I think it's fair to say that the basic law of society is enjoy as little as possible. You can pursue pleasure and happiness. Jefferson knew that as far as you want to go. Ooh, but when it comes to enjoyment, enjoy as little as possible. Now, this is, of course, why it's so profitable for companies to promise consumers that their products are going to yield enjoyment. And also why it's so damn difficult to enjoy when we are commanded to do so. From Ecclesiastes to island vacations, it's when you are supposed to enjoy, excessive, uninhibited, that we really struggle and fail. That's why the commandment to enjoy is fundamentally sadistic. It's a commandment from the superego. It's a commandment that we cannot live up to, and as a result feel like shit. We never enjoy the vacation as much as we're supposed to. Valentine's Day always disappoints because it's supposed to be this exuberant expression of love, and so forth. Events where enjoyment is commanded, demanded, expected are usually letdowns because we can't live up to that expectation. We can't, because our basic structure as subjects within a society is to have renunciated our access to enjoyment. We'll come to that in a second. Lacan's wager here is important to note, though, and we're right on the verge of it. And at this point for Lacan, it's just a wager. Here it is. Renunciations of enjoyment, the same renunciations that society requires at the level of laws, as prohibitions against enjoyment. These renunciations of enjoyment are always weirdly opportunities to enjoy. Let's think through this, even if only tentatively at this point. Renunciations of enjoyment always somehow result in more, not less, enjoyment. Let me put it a little differently. Somehow we manage to access more enjoyment by allowing ourselves less of it. Hell, we even know how to enjoy our renunciations of enjoyment. Think about the last time you saw somebody get off on an abstaining relationship to, I don't know, ice cream, crack, sex. Now, there's something intuitive about all this. I think there might be something more here, but there's also something really basic and understandable about this. Consider, for instance, a first date. I don't know about you, but first dates, you're wearing uncomfortable clothes. The conversation is restrained. You never quite get enough food, and there's even less sex to go around on a first date. But then when it's done, when you get home, whether you're disappointed or not, excited about the next date, whatever the case may be, when you get home after that first date, what is the first thing you do? You put on your pajamas. You eat a whole pizza. And then you masturbate fiercely. All while watching, I don't know, reruns of Law and Order until you start to loathe humanity. So you have here at the level of the first date a renunciation of enjoyment through the experience of going out with somebody that in turn conditions a kind of explosion of enjoyment when you get home. And it's excessive in every single way. I don't know if putting on pajamas is excessive, but you might say eating a whole pizza is excessive. Probably going to make you feel overly full. Masturbating fiercely. I didn't just say masturbating, I said fiercely. That strikes me as perhaps a little bit excessive. And then, Law and Order. If you've got Hulu, baby, they got every episode of Law and Order, 35 seasons of 90 episodes in each, and they just play dun-dun back to back. Throw on SVU in particular, and the loathing of humanity that will come out, the disgust that you'll have when you crawl into bed that night. That's a kind of enjoyment. Lacan refers to this type of enjoyment as surplus enjoyment. And he starts this work on page 7 of Seminar 16. No newer than labor was in the production of merchandise is the renunciation of enjoyment, jouissance, whose relation to labor I do not have to define any further. We'll come back to that in a sec. Since from the beginning, and quite contrary to what Hegel says, or seems to say, it is what constitutes the master who clearly intends to make of it, surplus enjoyment, the principle of his power. What is new is that there is a discourse that articulates this renunciation and which makes it appear, which makes appear in it, for this is the essence of the analytic discourse, what I would call the function of surplus enjoyment. This function appears because discourse occurs, because what it demonstrates in the renunciation of enjoyment is an effect of discourse itself. It's a terrific little passage, and it puts us on call for this notion of surplus enjoyment. All right, surplus enjoyment. Clearly, it's connected to labor, at least to the workplace. We have expressions for this, work before play, and so many other euphemisms about how the renunciation of enjoyment is somehow crucial to the modern experience of labor. Of course, followed by a weekend, supposedly filled of enjoyment, followed by another week's worth of labor, followed by another weekend worth of enjoyment. You can look at the 7-day week and make sense of this in terms of work and play. But let's just take a second here. Labor is not the same as work. I don't want to conflate them. Hannah Arendt is terrific on this topic, by the way. Work at least yields a product. When you work, you have something that is the result of that work. The painter works at the production of a painting that can then be hung on the wall, experienced, hell, maybe even enjoyed. But labor, unless we're talking about maternity wards, labor yields nothing for the laborer except more of the same, namely labor. This is Arendt's big distinction between labor and work, by the way. Work results in a production of something. There's something enduring that survives the process of work, that is out there in the world that the worker can then see. Labor, however, the laborer cannot look at a product and say, I made that, whether they feel pride or disgust. They're just putting one spoke in a wheel over and over and over and over again. It doesn't mean they're making bicycles. It means they are just putting a single spoke in one of the wheels that will eventually go into the production of a bicycle. What they get out of this is not the satisfaction of seeing their work in the world the same way that the bondsman will survive the Lord in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. No, the only thing the laborer gets from this is just more labor. Who gets to enjoy, then, the fruits of the laborer's efforts? The factory owner, the shareholder, in short, the master. But Lacan, again, note the move here, he wants to talk about discourse. It's the discourse around this whole production that captures his attention, particularly language use. If the condition of possibility for language use is a renunciation of enjoyment, one of its primary effects is the return of enjoyment in bits and pieces, fits and starts, as surplus enjoyment. That's important here. The bits and pieces of enjoyment that return as surplus enjoyment after a renunciation. In this passage on page 7 we were just reading, it ends by saying that this function appears because discourse occurs, because what it demonstrates is the renunciation of enjoyment, in the renunciation of enjoyment is an effect of discourse itself. Now, if you scroll down a little bit to the last line on page 7, you get one step more. A discourse must be pushed very far to demonstrate how the surplus enjoying depends on stating, is therefore produced by discourse, so that it appears as an effect. But in fact, this is not something very new to your ears if you have read me. Surplus enjoyment is an effect of the renunciation of enjoyment. That is an effect of living in a discursive world. A world, if you've got ears to hear, in which we're castrated, in which we suffer symbolic alienation. A world in which we occupy the field of the other. The question is, what are we to make of this return? Discourse is premised on the renunciation of enjoyment. And it also conditions the return of enjoyment in fits and starts, bits and pieces, as surplus enjoyment. What are we to make of this return, this repetition of sorts? It's one of the key questions here at the start of Seminar 16, and exactly where we're going to turn to next. Now you're seeing this black screen in front of you because we're about to do some diagram work. But first, what I want to do is call your attention to another passage in the opening session of Seminar 16. We're going slow and steady through this thing, as you can tell. And at this point, if my calculations are correct, we're about on page 8. Now check this out. This first full paragraph gives us a clue to how Lacan is going to develop this notion of surplus enjoyment. The first full paragraph that begins on page 8 with "I will develop this." Let's read it. "I will develop this in the time to come by a return to this wager of Pascal that illustrates so well the relation of the renunciation of enjoyment to this element of wager in which life in its totality is itself reduced to an element of value." A strange way of inaugurating the market of enjoyment, to inaugurate it, I am clearly saying, in the field of discourse. So here we have this turn to Pascal's wager. It's not the first time Lacan has mentioned it. It won't be the last. This wager is worth noting here, not just because of what it suggests for a market of enjoyment, but just on its own terms. Pascal's wager is that it's better to believe in God and be wrong than to not believe in God and be wrong. Now think about this at the level of enjoyment and its renunciation, which is how Lacan is inviting us. If you believe that God exists and you act according to all of the commandments and prohibitions of religiosity and so forth, and you're wrong, Lacan's point is you haven't lost much. If you're right, though, the gains are quite substantial. If God exists and you've lived according to the dictates, my gosh, what a reward. This is a better option, whether God exists or not, than to just assume that God doesn't exist, do whatever the fuck you want now, and run the risk at the end of your life of realizing that God does exist, and now condemn yourself to hell. It's better to believe in God and be wrong than to not believe in God and be wrong. Because if you're wrong and you live a bullshit life, at the end of it, you're going to hell. That's a much more substantial pain than that of living a life according to God's dictates, only to find out at the end that God doesn't exist. This is part of what makes up Pascal's wager, and it's what Lacan is working with here at the level of the renunciation of enjoyment. The suggestion seems to be that it's better to renounce enjoyment in this life than otherwise. But after all, he continues, is this not a simple transition from what we have just now seen being inscribed in the history in this function of goods devoted to the dead? Don't forget about that mustard pot. Moreover, do we not have here what is now in question for us? And now we come to the important part of this passage for us. We have to deal with theory in as far as it has been lightened precisely by the introduction of this function of the surplus enjoyment, or surplus enjoying as the translation has it here. Around surplus enjoyment, here's the key part, there is played out the production of an essential object whose function is now a matter of defining it. Whose function is now a matter of defining. It is objet, here the O object. But what he's talking about here is object little a. Let's see what we can make of this object little a. Now, backing up to the experience of discourse, of being integrated into a language. As you've heard me say many times in this forum, there's an element of loss and lack that comes with this. And loss and lack are not the same thing. And this is one of the confusions that we see it oftentimes in Lacanian theory. Loss and lack are different. They are separate moments in what amounts to a set-like experience that has multiple moments in it. Let's start with this loss and the resulting experience of lack that conditions all language use. And I would add, by extension, all normative forms and functions of human subjectivity. So, as you've heard me discuss before, we can start with a very simple imaginary triangle. Here are the basic elements here. This might sound a little developmental, it might sound a little too staged, if you will. But I think it's useful for our purposes always to start with the basics and scale it back up. So even if you've heard this once before, hell, maybe 3 times before from me, pay attention because we're about to do something different with this. First and foremost down here, you've got a child, an infant, a baby, a toddler, a kiddo who is desperately tuned in to the maternal figure. Here I put maternal FX, maternal function, always again to illustrate that what we're really talking about here is the primary caregiver. Doesn't have to be a mommy, doesn't have to be a daddy, doesn't have to be anything even in between those two elements. The maternal figure is the primary caregiver. It's a subject position that anyone can occupy. But it's a necessary subject position because the child is born into a body that requires copious amounts of care. It has to have that care from another if it's going to survive. So what we have here is an orientation of the child towards the maternal figure. And what I would suggest here is that this is a desire for this individual. I use the word desire here loosely, not technically, to get at something that we're going to understand about desire from this model. Now, in this dynamic, though, it doesn't take long for the child to realize that it is not the only interest in the maternal figure's life. Whatever else the child imagines the maternal figure to be interested in, we mark it here with a lowercase phi. And what this lowercase phi is an imaginary object. Imaginary object because it's what the child imagines the maternal figure to also be interested in. In other words, that the child sees the maternal figure turn towards other entities in the world, the car keys that they look for in order to leave, the phone that they smile at when there's nothing, as the child can see, that's laughable about the situation. It's whatever the child imagines the maternal figure to be also interested in. In other words, what the child is doing here is it is approximating the desire of the maternal figure. Imagining what else the maternal figure desires in addition to them. And this imaginative work here, it causes the child initially to, have some tension with this item, which is one of the reasons why kids love to grab your phone, love to grab your car keys and the like. But it also creates an identification, an early identification with this proto-symbol, this proto-signifier of the primary caregiver's desire. I say proto because we are again here in the field of the imaginary. This is not some sort of a symbolic enterprise, but this is in many ways the first symbol in the child's life. It's an imagined symbol of what the maternal figure might also like. And what the child learns to do is to identify with this other object of maternal interest. In other words, they learn to desire the phone and the car keys like they imagine the maternal figure to do so. And this is desiring as someone else. The whole wager here is that by figuring out what the maternal figure also is interested in and learning to identify with that thing, the child can get its desire for that maternal figure met. By associating itself with the phone, with the car keys, it will get attention from the maternal figure. And this is not just, again, about child development, as you've heard me say. This is also indicative of early adolescent experience, just simply trying to attract another's attention. Someone who you have a crush on, you realize they're into heavy metal. And so you go out on eBay and you find an original Iron Maiden concert t-shirt and you wear it to school the next day, hoping that their interest in heavy metal, now associated with you, will translate into their interest for you. We can go on and on about this. We don't need to here. What we want to get at is the next step. The next step is what in Lacanian systems we refer to as castration, by a fourth figure, when this imaginary triangle gets transformed into a symbolic square. Here what you're seeing is a fourth element introduced. Another function, here not maternal but paternal. Now, this doesn't mean that this is where daddy goes. This is not where your bio dad goes. Hell, this doesn't even have to be a person. This could be Colonel Sanders. This could be some sort of imagined greater than thou entity. The point here is that this fourth element is one that cuts in to this imaginary triangulation between the child, the mother, and the phallus. Now, you've heard me say it before, so I'm going to move quickly through this. This element works by cutting in. It cuts in and produces a gap between the child and the maternal figure. And it renders this imaginary object as gone. It marks a subtraction of this imaginary object from the equation. This is what I mean by loss. It is not the same as lack. This incision by the paternal figure is one that results in a loss. Now, what's left after this loss has occurred, after this incision has been made? Well, think about any incision. There's a cut that is made on the body that leaves an opening, a wound. This opening is an experience of lack. Something that was there is no longer there. It is lacking. This opening, or this resulting space where the imaginary object used to be, we symbolize not just as a whole, but as that whole represented by little a. Little a is a symbol of the lack that emerges in the wake of the loss known as castration. And all of this is just part of growing up. In fact, if you look developmentally at how it usually goes for kiddos with their primary caregivers, you see a series of losses resulting in experiences of lack. If there's an oral stage, it would be one in which the breast is a lost object. From nursing to weaning, the breast becomes something that is subtracted from the experiential lived life of the infant. Anality, feces becomes a lost object, something that by the demand of the paternal, maternal, big other, whichever figure you want here, something that would be forced to be produced, lost, thrown away, flushed, so forth. The phallic stage. Here what's prohibited is the cry. And by phallic stage, if you want to play the stage game again, I just mean the child's induction into language. part of what happens when the primary or secondary or tertiary and so forth caregiver says, time to start using your words, is to say that crying is no longer allowed. Now, all of this results in a production and a multiplication of desire. And we're going to come to this, and we're going to talk about this a lot in the next few minutes. But for now, I just want to get it on the table with this very well-trod diagram that you see in front of you. The lacks that come and result from the loss of a breast, the loss of feces, the loss of the cry. And we can keep going and going. I'm being fast and loose here because we're on our way somewhere else. These are all causes of desire. Desire that will then be part and parcel of the child's subjectivation. Their integration into society with all of its roles, rules, and regs. All desire is caused by the experience of lack. And it's always goaded by stuff that we hope will plug the holes left behind by all the objects that have been subtracted from us. And as a result, that will help us feel complete. Now, if you are paying attention here, we've got some terms that we are looking at. The first term is the imaginary object, this phallus of sorts. The next term that we have here is the symbol of its loss. And then the third term is the resulting lack that comes from this. We can now introduce a fourth. This fourth term is a term that I'm using here to represent all of the stuff that our desire pursues in hopes of filling the voids, the lacks that have been left behind by the experience of loss known as castration. And this fourth term, you might think it ambiguous for me to use this symbol because it also suggests a specular image, is what I'm going to be using here to designate not the cause of desire, but its objective, where it heads. Not why we desire. Why we desire is because we experience lack. What we desire, though, that's this entity. Not why, but what. Not the cause of our desire, but its orientation, the direction in which it's headed. Now, what I want to suggest is that in this moment, what we see is a repetition of having. This entity, this imaginary object that was caught up in an imaginary logic of having early on, is reduplicated at the level of commodity consumption, at the level of purchasing power, at the level of acquisition, primitive and otherwise. What we have here is a second level of having, a repetition of sorts. So what I want to suggest is that the cause of desire is here, in this transition from loss to lack. But on either side of this set, we have two elements that are closely connected, and the nature of their connection is by way of repetition. What you see here at the level of loss and lack is a renunciation of enjoyment. What you see here at the level of pursuing objects in hopes of fulfilling desire is what we can call surplus enjoyment. Here is the return of enjoyment. Surplus enjoyment is occurring after the renunciation of enjoyment, the same renunciation that would integrate us into the field of discourse, into the field of the big other. And this is not coincidental. In fact, if we wanted to keep adding to this, we certainly could. I'll throw a different color up for purposes of clarity here. If we have having one and having two on either end, clearly I'm going to want to put being in this realm. One of the basic dialectics of Lacanian psychoanalysis is not that between being and appearing, as you would often see in the philosophical tradition, but between being and having. The structure of human being occurs here, at the level of a renunciation of enjoyment that is structured atop experiences of loss and lack, here symbolized by the minus phi and a. I've been over this before. Consult our previous series if you're curious. That's why I'm not spending too much time messing with this stuff here. What we are after is this relationship between having one and having two. Here, at the level of the imaginary phallus, we're dealing with imaginary objects. Here, at the level of having two, what we're looking at is stuff, consumer goods, you might say. The phallus, the imaginary phallus that we saw at the start of this triangulation of the maternal figure and the child, was part and parcel of a kind of fantasy where the child hopes to secure additional care and attention from the maternal figure by identifying with what they imagine the maternal figure to also be interested in. It's a kind of proto-enjoyment that's happening here. I hesitate to even use the term. Even Lacan slips up with this on occasion and identifies some sort of enjoyment here at the level of the pre-linguistic imaginary stage, this pre-Oedipal state. And I think that's a mistake. The most we can say is that this is a kind of proto-enjoyment, something before we even had enjoyment to think of. It's a kind of uteromorphic fantasy of completion, where the child can kind of close this circuit between themselves, their primary caregiver, and the primary caregiver's other interests by way of identification. It's an imaginary identification, but it is uteromorphic in the sense that it tries to recreate a perceived as lost experience of wholeness. Notice how I put that, though. I'm not saying that we were whole once and now it's being resecured. I'm saying that it's perceived as something we've had. And that's precisely what marks it as fantasy here, because that shit ain't true. At the level of having two, we have consumer goods that are now taking the place of what were previously imaginary objects, but they're not too far behind. Here, the imaginary object marks a fantasy of Edenic proto-enjoyment. Out here, in the field of desire, in the wake of the experience of loss and lack, we see something more akin to the realities of late capitalist surplus enjoyment. Again, though, the promise is uteromorphic. The fantasy here is that if I just get the new car, if I just get the new house, if I just get this, that, or the other, I will be whole again. So there's an important connection here, but it's not the only thing we want to look at. The connection here marked by this retroactive arrow that we so often see is precisely when we start getting to the notion of return and repetition that is so crucial to what Lacan is doing with surplus enjoyment. So basically what we have here is the start of an extension to some original diagram work that we've done around loss and lack. We have a reduplication of logics of having, pre-linguistic and at the heart of sociolinguistic experience itself. Proto-enjoyment at the level of the imaginary object and surplus enjoyment at the level of the commodity. This is where we're going to turn to next. A black screen here. What I've done is I've taken the 4 terms that we just introduced and I've replotted them here in a way that are going to allow us to do some different diagram work. Now, while you're looking at this, let me back up a second, zoom out, and say a little bit more about this being-having dialectic that you heard me say is at the heart of Lacan's work. It's not being and appearing, it's being and having. And I want to suggest that there are some ways to understand this that are pretty workable. Having is about objects. Being is about openings. The bumper sticker for having is having lost something. It's about the thing that is presupposed to have been there and is now lost. Some sort of an object. The idea of a lost object puts us in the field of having. In other words, in the field of having lost something. It's about stuff. It's about objects. Being, though, is different. When Lacan talks about being, it's about being at a loss. And so maybe you could split this between the difference between lost as something that is lost and loss as an experience of being at a loss. So there you have it. There's the bumper stickers. Having has to do with having lost something. And being, what Lacan means by being here, it's better captured at the level of being at a loss. Now what you see here with this blue line is the line between being and having. What I would suggest is that on this side, you have having, and on this one, you have being. Having is about stuff, imaginary objects, consumer goods, and the like. Being has to do with the experience of loss and lack. So if having is about the thing that is presupposed to have been lost, an object, if you will, being is about the lived symbolic experience of loss, the experience of an opening, of having a gap, a furrow somewhere in one's life. And what this comes down to is also an understanding of wholeness. In the field of having, with all of its imaginary objects and commodities, what we have is wholeness as presupposed reality. The idea here is that wholeness was something we once had and we were all complete and Eden was a lovely place and now it's gone and that's a lost reality. In the field of having, wholeness is always thought of as the very basic object that we've lost, a reality that is lost. On the side of being, however, wholeness is realized for what it actually is, namely, a fundamental fantasy. A fundamental fantasy sustained by beings that can't help but exist in the field of lack. having suffered loss. So wholeness on the side of having is presupposed as a reality that's been lost, and wholeness on the side of being is taken to be part and parcel of a fundamental fantasy, which you've heard me say enough about in the preliminary remarks to 16, and of course throughout our series on 14. So I'll pause there. But I introduced this blue arrow here, this blue line, to suggest that each set of terms is on either side of it. Now let's take this step by step and see if we can rebuild at this level what we had in the previous diagram, a diagram that's pretty familiar to those of you who have taken series with me before, particularly on the drive where we started working up these little imaginary objects at the level of consumer goods. What we see in this transition from the imaginary object known as the phallus to its loss as minus phi here is an experience that I would call prohibition. Prohibition, castration, the no of the father that gets this process started, this process that is eventually going to result in loss. The word I'm going to use here is prohibition. And it's worth noting here as we start getting going, because we have a term for each of these moments. This moment out here, I'm not going to call prohibition, I'm going to call it subjectivation. Because it's in the transition from loss to lack. The experience of something being subtracted and the resulting hole or opening that's left. Here's the incision and here's the wound. This is an active process of removal, and this is what's left as a result of that removal. A noticeable absence, an experience of lack. And that's the important part here too, as you've heard me say before. Lack is an experience. There are many things that you lack, but that you don't experience as missing. Lack is an active experience of, I don't have that, and I feel like I want it, or so on and so forth. This experience from loss to lack is what subjectivizes us. It's what produces the subject. I'm not going to spend too much time on that because, again, we're moving fast in search of something new. And I think we're on the verge of it. What I would suggest is that the transition from the experience of lack to that of surplus also has a name. And the name for this is sublimation. Now, if you have heard our series on the drive, you know exactly what I'm talking about here. This is from Seminar 7 in many ways, where Lacan talks about ordinary objects and stuff being elevated to the dignity of the thing. Now, the thing pops in 7, and we don't really hear much about it after that. It's partly because little a comes to take its place in Lacan's thinking. So what you see here is these little imaginary commodities, little I there, are somehow taken as sublimations, elevated to the dignity and the profound experience of lack that conditions them. These are commodities elevated to the dignity of the thing. And I would just also add, as you heard me say in our series on the drive, that this is also the mark of the thing being disgraced. Sublimation doesn't just elevate ordinary stuff to the dignity of the thing, it also marks a disgrace of the thing. A thing that has been lowered to the level of commodities. Now, we're going to come to each of these terms and develop them more. Right now, I just want to get this all out on the table for us. Not surprisingly, the return, the repetition that we were working with in our previous graph is also captured here. This is our field of repetition. And this is going to be a departure from some of the stuff you've read before. So if you read, for instance, Miller's stuff on the relationship between loss and lack, he's going to land repetition somewhere in here. It's not totally wrong, but I just think there's something a little righter about saying that repetition occurs out here, especially when we're talking about surplus jouissance, surplus enjoyment. So we have four terms: the imaginary object of the phallus, the sign of its loss, the experience of lack, and the stuff that we enjoy in the wake of that experience, which in turn harkens back to something there before, we think. Now, if this is loss, this is lack, and this is surplus, what's the word that we want to use to designate this entity, this imaginary object so often referred to with lowercase v as the imaginary phallus or simply the phallus? The word I'm going to use here is supply. You have a supply, a loss, a lack, and a surplus. And the surplus somehow indexes and marks a return to, a repetition of supply. Now, let's slow down here for a second and do some work. Supply is from the Latin supplere. It means to fill up, to make full, to complete. And it originates from sub. It's like a twist on sub. The sub is a sub originally. Sub means up from below. And then there's that crucial verbiage added, plere, meaning to fill. Now later, supply is going to mean things like to furnish, to provide, to help, to support, to maintain. All of this, though, can be traced back to a Proto-Indo-European root, pele, meaning to fill. And that's really crucial here. Supply, surplus, and a dozen other words that you know trace their origin to the Proto-Indo-European root pele, meaning to fill. By the 1580s, like 1600s, I'd say, supply has also become, and get this, a person who takes the place of someone else temporarily. Now, I don't know that we're going to go that far with it. We're looking more at older origins of this word supply. And for our purposes, it's that Proto-Indo-European root to fill. But you might think of this person in the 16th century who starts being the supply as something that takes the place of another, as one who fills their shoes, if you will. Supply is closely related to surplus. Now, they don't look too similar on surface, but think about this. Surplus comes from a combination of two Latin terms, super, meaning over, and plus, meaning more. And you can see the plus also, of course, in Lacan's French. Both, in turn, not surprisingly, originate in the same Proto-Indo-European root pele, meaning to fill. And if you start there with P-E-L-E, the Proto-Indo-European root of supply and surplus, you get all kinds of abundance words that pop from there. Check it out. Plenitude, plethora, plural, poly anything, polysemous, polyamorous, anything that goes after poly, that poly also originates in the Proto-Indo-European root to fill. Also terms like replenish, replete, even hoi polloi, if you know that one. And get this, the Latin version, plebeian, plebes, Plebeian also originates in the Proto-Indo-European root pele, and that's the connection between supply and surplus. They both have some sense of filling in. And that's what's happening here. Let's see if we can be even more precise. You know me, and you know I love bad math. That's the true sign of a Lacanian, is that they enjoy bad math, or fuzzy math, if you will. Lacan's not alone either. Check out that section in The Chattering Mind where I talk about fuzzy math and Kierkegaard. It's right there in the start. Here's some ways that we can understand this. Loss and surplus. These are connected, but notice how. Loss here can be designated simply by a minus sign. There you see it right there. It means having less. Something is subtracted. There's your minus sign. Surplus is, of course, about something more. This plus would also be like an early Latin symbol for etc. For the and so on that you so often hear in post-Lacanian thought, it's kind of like this Zizek phrase, and so on, and so on, and so on. There's your plus right there. It means having more. So if our minus sign equals having less, on the way to lack, this plus sign symbolizes having more on its way to a full supply. Now, what can we do on either side with these elements? Pretty readily, what I would suggest is that what we have here, and you can see this in Lacan too, is that this is a number 1. The phallus is oftentimes taken and worked through in Lacan with this vertical number 1. And lack, no coincidence here. You don't need me to tell you this. Throughout Lacan's work in the 60s, lack gets symbolized by 0. So on the side of being, you have the minus sign that results in a 0. On the side of having, you have a plus that points us towards the 1. And what I would just do, for purposes of thought, is allow some crosshairs here. Allow for the dialectics to also pop between loss and surplus, supply and lack. Now, once you start messing with this diagram, you get all sorts of insights. You can, for instance, if you're very keen on the drive, you can review our series and note how the drive marks a reversal of this circuit. The drive would start in the field of surplus and work not by sublimation, but by desublimation, such that the cause of desire, lack, would become the object of the drive, the objective even. And you can run this process back, and you get some pretty great theorizations of enjoyment that way. Theories of enjoyment that are not those of surplus enjoyment. We'll come to that in a moment. What I would first note, though, is what's happening down here in the level of surplus, because this is what Lacan is after in Seminar 16. So what can we say about the objects that afford surplus enjoyment? Building on what we've got so far, these are normative objects. They're commodities. They're consumer goods. And bear in mind that later in 16 and so forth, this is not where Lacan is realizing this. If you read Seminar 7 closely and you look at what he's doing with sublimation, he's taking massive shits on cultural artifacts, commodities, objects, stuff that would be elevated to the dignity of the thing. It's not a good series of stuffs that are put in front of us. These commodities and consumer goods are shit. And Lacan is aware of this as early as 7, so don't just think he's starting from scratch here in 16. I would also add that the surplus happening down here, these are supplements for the experience of lack. Supplement is another word that could work down here with surplus. Not surprisingly, you're going to find that it's also closely related to supply and to surplus. The objects that afford surplus enjoyment are supplements for the experience of lack. These objects of surplus enjoyment are all of the objects that desire pursues until its heart's content. They're all answers to the question of what around desire. What do I want? These are objects of surplus enjoyment. And what I would suggest, building on some great stuff that Miller has said, is that these objects of surplus enjoyment, they are representations of jouissance. The emphasis here is on representation. They are representations in fits and starts, bits and pieces, what Miller calls crumbs of jouissance. Now, you heard me earlier talk about the drive as being a retro move that de-sublimates from these representations of jouissance. And the question is, what does that result in? If we were to draw an arrow for the drive here, it would extend going this way, back through, and ultimately arrive at the field of castration. Which is why, if you look at the drive in the graph of desire, it is not on the side of jouissance. In the graph of desire, the drive appears on the side of castration, because it marches its way back from the experience of desire and surplus enjoyment back to something else, back into the field of castration, where the cause of desire becomes its object, namely lack. Now, for our purposes now, the question is, if surplus enjoyment and all of the stuff in which it traffics marks a representation of jouissance in bits and pieces, what do we get at the level of the drive? What I would suggest is that surplus enjoyment is about representations of jouissance, but the drive is about realizations of jouissance. The drive does not represent jouissance. It realizes jouissance. Surplus enjoyment, not unlike the imaginary object that it links up to, that it reduplicates, is all about what other people are interested in. It's other-oriented. Surplus enjoyment is other-oriented, the same way that the child's imagination of what the maternal figure wanted is a kind of other orientation, which is why I used that desire for, desire of, desire as logic, to show again and again that this is part and parcel of Lacan's claim that the desire of each of us is always the desire of the other. It's always in terms of other people and what we imagine they might want that we in turn learn to desire. And you can think about this, to take a classic example, in terms of standing in front of a mirror. When you stand in front of a mirror, what you're looking at is yourself as you imagine yourself to be seen from somebody else's perspective. And you try and answer the question of, does this look good? Am I desirable from somebody else's perspective? There you see us desiring as others. Not as ourselves, but as some other perspective. Now you can run this into the gaze as much as you want, but I think for our purposes, what matters is that this is an other-oriented way to be. And that's what's up with surplus jouissance. All of the consumer goods and cultural artifacts that we gather up, purchase, and throw on our shelves and so forth, affording surplus jouissance, these are culturally circumscribed and approved goods. It is in terms of the other that we find surplus jouissance. And in fact, it is the terms of the other that afford us surplus jouissance. Drive, in its realization of jouissance, is not other-oriented, but self-centered. And I mean that in the best possible way, because the drive is autoerotic. And the type of jouissance that it affords is the only type of jouissance that can ever actually be experienced, which is my own, me, by myself, my body alone, what Miller very rightly calls jouissance one. Now, he's getting this from seminars 19 and 20, but I think it's right there at the start of seminar 11, where we start seeing the drive moving in autoerotic ways. If the green arrow from loss to lack is one of subjectivation, you might say that that of the drive and its pink reversal here would be one of resubjectivation. It's a new way of being with yourself. It marks the emergence of a new subject, a desublimated, autoerotic subject on the pathway of the drive. And what this opens the door for is what can be called drive satisfaction. This is a realization of jouissance at the level of one's body. Autoerotic. It doesn't mean that it's hedonistic. It doesn't mean that it's anarchic. It doesn't mean that it breaks all the rules of society and it's just you out there doing whatever the fuck you want. That's not how the drive operates. Again, that's why it's out in the field of castration in the graph of desire. You do not see the drive on the side of jouissance. Drive is on the side of castration because it's always within the bounds of society that we pursue drive satisfaction. The drive is kept alive in the field of the symbolic, in the field of discourse. That's an important part of all this. And it's one that's oftentimes lost as soon as we start making the drive a corporal experience, an embodied experience, and an autoerotic one. It is in fact, contrary to that, it's a social experience. What it means, though, is that you're simply uninhibited by that order. Yes, you still play by the rules. You still drive on the correct side of the road for your circumstances. But you don't trip about it. You're not all wrapped up in it. Drive, in many ways, is like letting your freak flag fly. You're doing that on display before others, but you do not give a fuck what they think. And this can be confusing because you start getting into performative dynamics, exhibitionism, and the like. And I think a lot of potentially good drive theory takes a misstep in that moment. I think Bruce Fink has this right when he describes the drive, unlike desire, being uninhibited by other people's perspectives, what other people think. It doesn't mean you act as though those opinions don't exist. It just means that you're not tripping about them. I think that's worth having out here on the table as we start working through this. Again, all of the little I, little a's, all of the objects of surplus enjoyment, these are representational scraps of jouissance. The pink arrow of the drive gives us an opportunity to move from representation to realization. And I think it's worth noting here. Final word on this diagram for now is I want to emphasize where we started, which is on the question of return, the return of enjoyment that occurs as an effect of the renunciation of enjoyment. That's where this all started. And what I want to suggest again is that the objects of surplus enjoyment are repetitions of the pre-Oedipal imaginary objects that conditioned the subjectivation of each of us. And what this suggests is that this supply of subjectivation is at some level the origin, the lost origin of the commodities and the artifacts that prop up surplus enjoyment. They're all figures of what we imagine other people to lack, to want, and so forth. But the important part about this repetition, and this is going to bring us right to the cusp of what Lacan means by repetition. At this point in his work, it's arguably the most important concept he's working on, is a theory of repetition. He's going to say it's Freudian. It's quite uniquely his own, I would suggest. A theory of repetition where the origin, the thing to be repeated, is somehow lost and only marked as the repeated object at a later date, after the fact. It's after you've run this circuit arriving at surplus enjoyment that surplus enjoyment can work back to the start and designate its lost origin. So again, we're right back at the stake with a theory of representation. Back to page 8. What matters for us here is Lacan's claim that the production of objet, object little a, as an algebraic symbol for the experience of lack, not loss, the experience of lack, plays out around surplus enjoyment. And that's what he tells us on page 8. The production of little a plays out around surplus enjoyment. Notice how Lacan elaborates on this point a page later, on page 9. I'm looking at the first full paragraph here on page 9, where he says, "This is what is well and truly at stake here." Oh, okay, all right, this is what's at stake. Here we go. You ready? "It is in the discourse on the function of the renunciation of enjoyment that there is introduced the term of O object," which here again in the standard English translation of Lacan's work we would have as objet object little a instead of the O object. The surplus enjoyment as a function of this renunciation under the effect of discourse is what gives its place to objet, like in a market, namely, because it defines some object of human labor as merchandise, just as each object carries in itself something of surplus value. In the same way, surplus enjoyment is what allows for the isolation of little a, that symbol for the experience of lack. Again, the most important word here is going to be discourse. What Lacan is after here is a discourse on surplus enjoyment relative to objet, and not just any discourse. He's going to go on to say that the discourse he's after, a discourse of surplus enjoyment, is one that's going to be clear, coherent, rigorous, and accessible, transmissible, much like the work that we do in this series. Let's see how he spells this out. If we back up a little bit and return to the intervening paragraphs between that last bit about the playing out and the bit we just read about the discourse that Lacan is after, you see him at the bottom of page 8 telling you what this discourse would look like, what he's trying to get at here. Let's take a look at the bottom of page 8. He first starts with the hypothesis, and if you're paying attention to what's happening here, what we're getting after is a way of developing theory in a Lacanian tone. And it's the kind of theory that he would suggest we pursue. And let's hear exactly how he spells this out. First comes a hypothesis. I stated, the signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. It's in italics. It's an important utterance. It dates from the early 60s. It's not the first time he has said this. Check the Subversion of the Subject essay and check our podcast on this as well. But here's the hypothesis. I stated, and pow, there's the hypothesis. The signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. Now, Lacan wants to develop a discourse around this hypothesis, to really tell you what he means while he's working on this, and to show what it might look like to do the type of psychoanalytic theory that he suggests, or at least to lead up to the type of theory he suggests at the start of this opening session in Seminar 16. This, like every correct definition, namely, is required. So you've got a correct definition. There's an aspect of correctness here. It is required that a definition should be correct and that a teaching should be rigorous. So make sure your definitions are correct and that your teaching is rigorous. And in the field of Lacanian psychoanalysis, you talk about the lack of rigorous teaching. It's there. It's apparent. Thankfully, there is enough rigorous stuff out there to help all of us along in what is already a pretty damn rigorous body of work. It is quite intolerable at the moment when psychoanalysis is called on to give to something that you must not think that I intend to elide, to the crisis that traverses the relation of the student to the university. It is unthinkable that one should respond by the statement that there are things that one cannot in any way define in a knowledge. If psychoanalysis cannot state itself as a knowledge and be taught as such, it has strictly nothing to do in a place where nothing else is at stake. Now remember also what's happening here in the late 60s in France, and with student and university culture, especially as it relates to labor movements. If the market of knowledge is very properly shaken by the fact that science contributes to it this unit of value that allows there to be plumbed what is involved in its exchange, even in more radical foundation functions, it is certainly not in order for something that can articulate something about it, namely, psychoanalysis should present itself by throwing in the towel. I read this only as a testament to the need for a really clear, coherent translation of Seminar 16. This is a great start. I'm so grateful and thankful that this is here. But we'd really benefit from someone going through and giving us a very proper translation of this important seminar. And then we come to an important part for our purposes, again, establishing what type of a discourse Lacan is after with regard to surplus enjoyment. So far, what we know is that it's going to have correct definitions, it's going to be rigorous, it's going to be transmissible. Here's something more. All the terms that may be employed in this connection, whether they are those of non-conceptualization or any other evocation of some impossibility or other, can only designate in any case the incapacity of those who put them forward. It is not because the strategy, you know what? That's too good of a sentence for us not to just pause for a second. What Lacan is here saying is that anybody that wants to approach a discourse of psychoanalysis and ultimately bumps into some ineffable field of non-conceptualization and evoke the impossibility of conceptuality, perhaps, the impossibility of it moving forward from there, Lacan just says that's bullshit. The only incapacity on display in that moment is the incapacity of the theorist. That's a pretty snarky thing to say, but you got to respect that too. What Lacan is saying is that where psychoanalytic theory seems to bump into walls of ineffability, non-conceptualization, and the like, is precisely where you see the limits of that particular theorist at work, not the limits of psychoanalytic thought. It's an important point that he's developing, and that's what he also wants to try and demonstrate in the subsequent pages, really up until the very end of this first session on Seminar 16, on my reading. So we've got this notion of discourse that is clear with definitions. We've got a definition of discourse that is rigorous, that is transmissible, and that does not accept statements of non-conceptualization, as though the outer limits of this thing were to pass and to pass us into some sort of ineffable atheoretical zone. Lacan just doesn't accept that. Now, that's what the discourse, he says, should look like. A discourse of surplus enjoyment should look like this. The standards in place, now we arrive at that key paragraph we just looked at on page 9. And if you move forward with this paragraph, you see Lacan again starting to do the very same discourse theoretical work that he says should be done. He's trying to enact some of these very standards that he claims too many people violate or fail to live up to, and so forth. The fun begins in the middle of page 9 with the sentence, "What are we doing in analysis?" And as you read this sentence, you have to think about this discourse without words that is supposedly the essence of psychoanalytic theory. On the one hand, Lacan wants to say that any bumping up against the limits of the conceptual field of psychoanalysis is really just a reflection of the limits of the individual theorist. And yet you have to recall that what he's suggesting is that there would be a discourse without words that would be the essence of psychoanalysis. Now, how are we to reconcile this? The failure of the theorist when they encounter ineffability, and Lacan's claim that a rigorous, clearly defined, transmissible discourse of psychoanalysis would also be one without words. This is partly why I suggested that the matheme, at the level of Lacanian mathematics, his algebraic system plugged into various formulas and mathemes, would be the discourse without words. That would be the essence of psychoanalytic theory. But on page 9, we get another possibility. What if the discourse without words that is the essence of psychoanalytic theory isn't only that of the theorists with all of their mathemes, but also more fundamentally that of the analysand in all of their slips, stutters, stammers, hesitations, ums, uhs, and the like. Notice how he sets this up on page 9, middle of the page. What are we doing in analysis if not establishing by the rule a discourse of such a kind? So there it is again. Psychoanalysis establishes a discourse that is rigorous, clearly defined, transmissible, so on and so forth. A discourse of such a kind that the subject suspends what on it? Precisely his function as subject. Namely, that he is dispensed from sustaining his discourse with an I say, because it is a different thing to speak and to posit, I say what I have just stated. Now, what Lacan's working here is this very classic distinction in his thought at this point between an enunciating subject and a grammatical subject. The enunciating subject is the subject that speaks, that part of us that is embodied, that is impulsive, and so forth, if you want to be simplistic about this. And then there's this grammatical subject, the part of us that is spoken, that exists at the level of language, at the level of the sentence, and so forth. Let's see how this works through his paragraphs here on page 9. The subject of the statement says, I say, says, I posit, as I do here in my teaching. I articulate this word. It is not poetry. I am saying what is written here, and I can even repeat it, which is essential, in the form in which by repeating it to vary it, I add that I have written it. Again, don't trip about all this. What he's trying to work at is two different aspects of the living subject. One that is embodied and that speaks, and another that is sociolinguistified, that is spoken, that exists at the level of the utterance, at the level of grammar, if you will. Here then is the subject dispensed from sustaining what he states. It is then in this way that he is going to come to this purity of the word, this full word of which I spoke in a period of evangelization, it has to be said, for the discourse called the Rome Discourse. So Lacan is here referring back to his first of several Rome discourses, and arguably the most important one from the mid-50s, his essay on the field and function of speech. This is very much the manifesto of Lacanian psychoanalysis. And this is also where I think secondary scholars that are philosophers in their own right, such as Alain Badiou, go a little bit off track. If you look at Badiou's lectures on Lacan, one of the things he says toward the end, arguably in order to sustain Lacan as an anti-philosopher, is that there really is no process. There are no rules of analytic technique that Lacan gives us to be passed down. And go back and read the Rome Discourse that Lacan's here referring to, and it's nothing if not a list of procedural moves to be made in analysis, replete with objectives, goals, horizons, even the type of speech you can expect to erupt. So I think Badiou is a little heavy-handed there, as with all strong thinkers, because there are procedures and rules in place, and Lacan was pretty clear about spelling those out, especially in this period of evangelization, where we see this major essay drop, which is, again, every bit the manifesto of psychoanalysis. It's also here that you see what he's doing with full word. What he's talking about here is full speech, is true speech, as opposed to empty speech. And this is also a mid-50s distinction that Lacan draws. Doesn't really come back to it much after that. But it's this idea that the purity of word would somehow erupt from the grammatical empty utterances of an analysand talking about themselves. Something else would erupt or disrupt that speech and allow for the purity of the word, full speech, which is retroactive, which is resubjectivizing, to pop up, which has less to do with the ego talking itself into existence and addressing that talk to another, and more to do with the unconscious finding expression in utterances that are structural, that are true, and that resubjectivize the speaker. Again, though, all this really amounts to is a distinction between the enunciating subject, the source of the full word, and the grammatical subject, which is always spoken in empty speech or empty words. It's a terrific move that he's making. It's a classic one. And in terms of theory building, you can see how Lacan is doing this. He starts by telling you what a good theory looks like. And then he dips back into his earlier work and starts scaling up an earlier model that he was working with. Here, the split between the enunciating subject and the grammatical subject. Let's be precise here. The grammatical subject is a subject that says things about itself, that states in language many things about itself. Anytime you hear the vertical pronoun I'm the kind of person who, we've been over this before, so I won't spend too much time with it. Rest assured, that's somebody trying to talk themselves into existence. That's an ego at work. That is quintessentially going to be empty speech in Lacan's period of evangelization. I, as ego, say, I'm the kind of person who always gives to charity. There you have it. That's the grammatical subject. This is a subject that is every bit an effect of language. It is effected by the linguistification of the living being. On the other side of this, you have this enunciating subject, this other part of ourselves that isn't spoken but speaks. The impulse to speak from one's body, the truth of speech being right here, just below your rib cage, the forcing up of wind, the forcing up of utterance, and would allow for not just spouts of empty speech, but also sparks of full speech. Here we don't say, I as ego say blah, 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 blah. What we see is something different, a different utterance, and one that Lacan quotes on page 10, not coincidentally, right after he gets into the talk of full speech. Me, the truth, I speak. If the grammatical subject is an effect of language, the enunciating subject is the cause of speech. Me, the truth, I speak. That's different from talking about yourself. And it's in order to support this key hypothesis that he gave us about discourse right before he told us what would make for a good psychoanalytically, conceptually sound discourse. Now, this discourse, this idea of discourse, where a signifier is what represents a subject for another signifier, is arguably the structural and conceptual foundation of what Lacan is going to label discourse in the future. Here it is again from page 8, but also from earlier in his work. The signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. Here, Lacan is trying to formulate it. What he's trying to work at is what he calls here a fundamental formula for this utterance. And if you've studied Lacan before, you've probably seen this formula as well. It pops up here, roughly speaking, on page 12. If you flip to page 12, you see two little formulas, two little diagrams next to each other. It's the one on the left. It's a little sloppy, it's a little different from what we usually see, but here you see him trying to arrive at a formula that would help him theorize this idea that the signifier is what represents the subject for another signifier. So that S beneath S1 is the subject, the S1 above is the signifier, and the arrow here signals that that signifier S1 is representing the S, the subject, to another signifier, here S2. It's an early, rough formulation. I wonder how closely this diagram mirrors that which Lacan had on the board in 68 when he's working this. But I would argue that what you see happening here is the early stages of a discourse without words on surplus enjoyment. Early stages. What else do you see in this diagram but the beginning of a discourse without words, and in fact the very structural beginning of what Lacan in 17 is going to understand as a discourse, as the starting discourse of his discourses, namely that of the master. It's not coincidental here. Now let's see if we can say a little bit about these entities, slowing down as we like to do. That S1 that you see on page 12, this is like the master signifier. If you needed a place for the grammatical subject, you would put it there. This stating subject, the subject that's always spoken that we just addressed, this would go in the category of S1. The enunciating subject would go underneath, in the S, not numbered, the S that we would usually draw with a bar through it. Here we see the subject. Here are some things Lacan tells us about this subject in 16. This is she who vanishes as soon as she appears. The enunciating subject vanishes as soon as the grammatical subject pops up. Here we see from Seminar 11 forward this theory of aphonesis. It's not the first place we've seen it. It pops up even in Seminar 3. But it's really in 11 that Lacan develops this idea of aphonesis. Again, the subject here is the enunciating subject. And that important part here is that it vanishes as soon as it appears. Lacan says on page 10 that it is stifled, effaced, immediately at the same time as it appears. Again, it disappears in emerging. And then he says something really interesting. He says that this subject is produced by one signifier and extinguished by another. S1 produces that subject, but the subject is extinguished by S2. Now that's interesting. That strikes me as something new here. I could be wrong, but I think it's a pretty interesting move that he's making here. It's produced by one signifier and extinguished by another. Usually when we talk about this, what we're looking at is the way that in representing the subject, the signifier petrifies it, freezes it, bars it, places that subject under erasure. As soon as it appears in language, it disappears as itself. We're going to slow down even more here. In order to understand this simultaneous movement of vanishing and appearing, of production and extinction, let's first talk about the S1 in relation to the S2. What exactly is this stuff? The S1 in relation to the S2, the top components of this little formula you see on page 12. This is in many ways a math theme for Lacan's understanding of language. It wouldn't be a proper math theme because it doesn't have the little lozenge in there and so forth, but we could call it at least a formula. What this tells us is that the system of signifiers known as language is a differential system. It's not S1 and another S1. It's an S1 and an S2, and you could put an ellipsis at the end. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Language for Lacan is a differential system of signifiers. And the minimum difference that can be considered a language for Lacan is 2, an S1 and an S2. Now, languages are going to have way more signifiers than that, but you have to have at least 2, and their relationship has to be differential. They don't equal each other. There's a non-identity between the two. And the subject is what keeps slipping out, falling away from, being thrown under, sub jacere, if you read the Latin here. Jacere, to throw or to throw out. An object, for instance, is something that is thrown out, out, and jacere, to throw. The subject is something that is thrown under. Sub means under. The subject is constantly cast out and thrown under the differential system known as language. A differential system of signifiers, here represented by the relationship between S1 and S2. When Lacan marks S1 and S2 as a differential system of signifiers, let's not make any mistakes here, or at least make as few as possible. He's not just talking about how enunciating subjects in all of their bioanimality are at once represented and effaced by grammatical subjects in all of their socio-linguistified abstractions. Lacan is theorizing language again, and he's theorizing it as a differential system of signifiers. I can't say this enough. In fact, I get tired of saying it because, damn, but it's worth saying every single time. And the example, choose what you will. Today it's been coffee cups, so let's stick with the coffee cup. If you look up coffee cup in the dictionary, you're not going to see a definition that says coffee cup. You're going to see something like a container that can hold fluids that are hot, made for manual handling. You're going to see, in other words, a bunch of other signifiers that are part and parcel to understanding the meaning of coffee cup, but that are not themselves identical to coffee cup. They don't equal coffee cup. Coffee cup does not equal round. Round is an attribute of coffee cup. And you can have coffee cups that are square, that are triangular, and so on and so forth. It doesn't have to be round. My point is that when you look up any word in the dictionary, you're going to see a lot of different signifiers. Now, there's nothing new about this. This is Saussurean linguistics. It's Lacan adapting this, and it's something that many of you have probably already heard before. So I'll spare you the run-through. But it's important to reiterate that as Lacan is developing this discourse of surplus enjoyment, at the same time, he's operationalizing a theory of language that he's been working with for a while now. And it is, again, language as a differential system of signifiers, which allows him to say something else that's very interesting here in 16. It's on page 10, and it might just be worth us taking a look at here. It's just after he says he's going to try and work up some fundamental formulae, namely to those that define the signifier as being what represents a subject for another signifier, right where we are. Now listen to this. What does that mean? I'm surprised that no one has ever remarked in connection with this proposition that the result, as a corollary, is that a signifier cannot represent itself. Of course, this is not new either, because in what I articulated about repetition, this is indeed what is at stake. Hold that thought on repetition, but just note how Lacan, as a theorist, is spinning out additional insights, additional definitions. If language is a differential system of signifiers, we can also assume that one signifier cannot represent itself. Coffee cup cannot represent coffee cup. It doesn't work that way. Coffee cup, as a signifier, points to other signifiers, the differential relation between which allows for coffee cup to attain a certain meaning. Now, what Lacan is here saying is, here in 68, nobody had come along and developed that insight. Who knows if that's true? Lacan also famously said that he was often waiting for, some women psychoanalysts to develop something with his thought, even though many of them were in the audience and had already done pretty great shit with his work. So who knows if this is true? I'd love to hear from you all on this. But it's another great move in Lacan's thought. Once you get the system rolling, the theory developing, and the formula popping, you can start spinning out adjacent truths, adjacent insights. Here is just one of them. But there's more at stake here than linguistics. What's at stake, as Lacan suggests, just after this adjacent truth, is a theory of repetition. And you've heard me before tell you that this is what is at stake at this stage in his thought. A robust, rigorous, transmissible theory of repetition. It starts popping on page 10. It starts popping on page 11. At the bottom of 10, we see a lot of the riffs about the subject that disappears as soon as it appears. At the top of 11, we get a pretty profound little statement on the loss of identity that attends this disappearance. And then we get this statement that this is what Freud's theory about repetition designates, as a result of which nothing is identifiable from the recourse to enjoyment, in which by virtue of the sign something different comes to its place, namely the stroke that marks it. Nothing can be produced there without an object being lost in it. Now that is a really convoluted sentence, but it need not be one that slows us down too much. We've talked about repetition before. In fact, I dare say there's not even
a series in lectures on Lacan where the topic of repetition has not come up, so I'll be brief and categorical. An entity or event can only be repeated at a later date. This is true of repetition. In a future relative to its present moment, when it will have become the origin of a repetition, and a lost origin at that, because it will have become no longer. Hence the disappearance of the subject as soon as it is repeated or represented at the level of the signifier. Let me say it again. An entity or an event can only be repeated at a later date. In a future that's relative to its present, when it will have become the origin of that repetition, and a lost origin, because the present in which that entity was is no longer relative to the present in which it is repeated. Now, if you've heard us theorize repression, you know exactly what we're talking about here. It's the symptom that marks the primal scene. It's the return of the repressed that marks the truth of repression. They're two sides of the same page. For us here, the important element is this. Repetition for Lacan is a retroactive process. An entity cannot be repeated. It's not a repeated entity. Hell, it's not even... An entity is not repeated until it's repeated, is one way to arrive at this. And once it is repeated, then suddenly you have it designated as the origin of a repetition. But at the time, it wasn't the origin of a repetition. So this is the second coffee cup you've seen me with today. The first, you'll recall, had the picture of the cats on it, right? This is a repetition. This is my second cup of coffee, if you will. Although in honesty, you know this is probably my 8th cup of coffee. But it's precisely by choosing a new coffee cup and establishing a retroactive connection to the first that the first by God becomes the first. There is no firstness until secondness has occurred. And again, the same is true of symptoms and primal scenes. Let's return to this bit about the enunciating subject and the grammatical subject. See if we can straighten this out. The subject as an enunciating subject only shows up in and always vanishes before the signifier, the site of the grammatical subject. And for this reason, the subject is always split between bioanimal life as an embodied, enunciating being and sociolinguistic representations of this as grammatical, self-conscious, ego, and so forth. Which is why we can't ever be identical to ourselves. You heard Lacan messing with this notion of non-identity. To be a subject is to experience what Lacan on page 11 calls a loss of identity. In Lacanian terms, we usually call it a split subject. I like what he's doing here with loss of identity. Because isn't it interesting how the ego purports to provide us with just that, an identity? The identity of the subject is always lost because the subject is always thrown under subjecere, something else, something other than ourselves, but that is also the very condition of possibility for ourselves. Here, a signifier. The subject doesn't exist without the signifier. And the signifier is the very thing that extinguishes the subject as soon as it marches it into existence. Now, the symbol for this loss of identity in Lacanian algebra is little italicized a. Little a marks the experience of lack. Notice how it works here. It doesn't designate the subject.
And for the subject, we have the S with a bar through it. What it designates is the bar that divides the subject. Enunciating subject, grammatical subject, and this third element, which is the minimum irreducible difference between those two aspects of the self. Little a is the bar that structures and maintains the differential relationship. It is the differential relationship. It is the remainder of the disjunction between enunciating subjects and grammatical subjects. That's what little a allows us to talk about. It is structurally absent from the disjunction that's constantly being managed between your enunciating subject and your grammatical subject. That's why we need a special term for it, because it's really tough to wrap our heads around. Little a is little a absent from that disjunction. It's constantly falling out from the disjunction and structuring it at the same time, which is partly why it's so damn elusive. Again, we've spent time with this, so I'm not going to mess around too much with it. You also see little a represented in that kind of rudimentary formula on page 12 we were just working with. It's the bar between S1 and S. That's little a. Little a allows us to talk about this third element that is the differential relationship here between the signifier and the subject it represents. How in the fuck does this relate to repetition? That's the question. Here it is. I want to be brief and categorical because, again, we're at the very start of this seminar. Because the signifier is only ever adequate to the socio-linguistic aspects of the subject, the grammatical subject, it fails at some level to encompass, to represent the bioanimalistic aspects of us, which are also there. To say nothing of the differential relationship between these two parts of self. The signifier just fails to fully represent the enunciating subject and its differential relation to the grammatical subject. It never exhausts these reference. And as such, it always leaves something more to be represented, which in turn calls for more signifiers. In other words, repeated significations. What connects this theory of discourse to Lacan's more fundamental theory of repetition here is the fact that signifiers fundamentally fail in their effort to represent subjects, always leaving something more to be represented. And because they leave something more to be represented, you have to ask yourself, what would it require for that something more to find its way into signification? Another signifier. That signifier, though, is also inadequate. It might represent more, but it always leaves something more to be represented, requiring another signifier. The signifiers multiply. These are repeated significations. But the type of repetition that's happening here is not mathematical. It's not 1 equals 1 equals 1 equals 1 equals 1 equals, no. Lacan's emphasis is on a differential system of language. And that carries through to his theory of repetition. Repetition for Lacan is always repetition with a difference. Repetition as a phenomenon, it doesn't exist. Kierkegaard figured that out a long time ago. It's always repetition with a difference for all the Deleuzians out there. And Lacan is keenly aware of this. It's part and parcel, in fact, of his theory of language as a differential system of signifiers. Each signifier is a repetition with a difference of the other signifiers to which it's related. So what's all this got to do with surplus enjoyment?
It's the new concept that Lacan's developing here in 16. Let's see how it figures here at the end of his first session in Seminar 16, as Lacan is introducing this notion of surplus enjoyment. Check out the woefully incomplete statement on page 12. Could be great, will be great, but for now, it's just kind of like an incomplete sentence. Check it out. It's right about in the middle of page 12. It begins, once any signifier whatsoever. Notice these move. Once any signifier whatsoever in the chain can be put into relation with what is nevertheless only an object, namely, what is fabricated in this relationship to surplus enjoying, in this something that is able through the opening of the operation of the organism to take on the figure of these vanishing entities that I have already given the list of, which go from the breast to dejections and from the voice to the look, the fabrication of the discourse of the renunciation of enjoyment. This is one of those sentences that would have to go back and we'd rework it, chop it up, return to the French, retranslate it, bring it forward. This is not all entirely off. If you go back and consult the French, a lot of the terms line up. Maybe this is just Lacan sounding a little bit off. There's some good shit though in here. And so I want to focus on it, regardless of the fact, maybe even especially because the sentence, if it is a sentence, is so damn illegible. All right, look at that diagram again on page 12. What you see as you move to the right and you see this S3 little lozenge in relation to O, if you know Lacan, this is the matheme for fantasy in a sense. He's working it at a slightly different angle. What we see here in this S3 is a multiplicitous, many-parted, non-identical composite figure of the self, an S3. 3 parts at least in there. And it's going looking for another figure. It's searching out something else. Here represented by the O with the underline through it, which we know is a little italicized A in the standard English translation of Lacan's work. S3 goes out looking for a figure of their loss turned to lack, in short, of their castrated subjectivation, which again amounts to a renunciation of enjoyment. They're looking for a figure of this. Now, at issue here is not the lack, not the zero that we've been talking about, the zero signaled by object delay, but instead the supplement, the one on the other side of the diagram that we developed that might fill this hole, this constitutive void at the start of each self. So S3 is out there searching not for their own lack, but for something to fill it. And according to Lacan, these ones are easy enough to find once we accept that the use value of any given signifier is in fact its exchange value with any other. So notice what Lacan is also suggesting here at the level of Marxist theory of value. The use value of the signifier is its exchange relationship with another signifier. And once we have this system of signifiers popping, it's really easy to find replacements, supplements, ones that we can use to toss into that hole that is the constitutive void of each of us. With each renunciation or prohibition of enjoyment, a figure of that enjoyment vanishes. Here he has a list of them. Renunciations of enjoyment result in vanishing figures. The breast, feces, the gaze, the voice.
And each of these vanishing figures leaves an opening behind, what Lacan here designates as an opening of the operation of the organism. This is key. Surplus enjoyment occurs when we find something else, a supplemental figure, to insert into one of these openings at the level of the operation of the organism. Now you know what these openings are. This limited number of mouths across the human form, as Lacan once referred to it. These are the erogenous zones. Again, we've discussed that. Let's pause there and see what we can do here. Surplus enjoyment occurs when we have found something else, symbolized in our diagram for today as little I next to little a something else, a plus, that we can insert into one of the holes that are left behind when we renounce certain enjoyments. An example might as well help us here. Let's stick with that oral one that we had earlier. Nursing gives way to weaning, which marks a renunciation of the breast, which in turn transforms the lips into an erogenous zone, an opening that doesn't have anything to put in. This is an opening in the human form that is ready to receive something else, something more to fill it. Remember the Proto-Indo-European root pele, meaning to fill, that gives us surplus as well as supply. The imaginary object that is the phallus is the original supply, if you will, that the surplus of surplus enjoyment repeats. Now, this something else, something more, a plus that could be used to fill this opening, this gap, can be any number of entities. Jouissance flits, never fully, always at the level of a fragment, again what Miller calls a crumb, from one metonymic figure for the lost object of the breast. Let's generate a list. The breast recedes, and what comes in its place? The bottle, the thumb, the pacifier, the straw, the chewed fingernail, even the hangnail as you get older, the gum that you always have in your back pocket ready to go, the sucker, the cigarette, the cocktail, all of the things that mark the metonymic passage from one little I, little a, to the next. The enjoyment afforded by each of these metonyms is surplus enjoyment. And let me say this in a categorical fashion. Again, because we're just at the start here. Who knows if this shit'll be true, but let's put it out there as a hypothesis. The use value of the supplement, little I, little a, belies its exchange value relative to the lack on which it operates. Here, that little a. Again, we're just messing around with the theories of value that Lacan here is also messing around with. The use value of a supplement belies its exchange value relative to the lack on which it operates. The pervert knows as much. Lacan says it himself on 13. Perversion knows this shit. The neurotic can't fathom it. The pervert knows that the use value of the supplement belies its exchange value relative to the lack on which it operates. The neurotic can't hear that. Let's think about why and the implications of this. Instead, what happens is that the neurotic slips into fantasy. Here again, you see a rudimentary form on page 12 of the Lacanian math theme for fantasy. I think it's kind of a smart one too, because it says the subject isn't just split. It very well specifies that it's multifarious. S3 here on page 12. This, of course, is precisely what the ego can't handle. And so it is tempted by the logics of fantasy. And of course, here we're thinking about the fundamental fantasy. If I just find the right object, if I just have one last cigarette, one last drink, I'll be whole. I'll be complete then. Just one more. Just one more. If I can just find a different house, a better house, a newer couch, cleaner blinds, a better paint job, whatever the hell it is. According to Lacan, this is a search for something capable of soldering the subject, is what he says, and making this subject into what he calls a solidary being on page 13 of Seminar 16. This, he says, would be a subject of all signifiers. This is the fundamental fantasy, is that if I just find the right supplement, I'll finally be healthy, whole, and complete. And not just that, but a subject of all signifiers, he says on 13. Now, what do we call this fantastical and non-existent field of all signifiers? It's the big other, capital O. Not only is the subject permanently, irrevocably other than themselves, but the overarching, omnivalent, totalizing entity by which they hope, beyond hope, that the opposite is true, is itself just as split, just as barred, just as incomplete, just as lacking, for all the reasons we've discussed, even by the sheer fact that the container is not among its contents. Selves and others, big and small alike, they're all inconsistent. This is Lacan's point. They are non-identical. And they are as non-identical to themselves as they are to each other. That's really the important part here. The fantastical subject of completion and the fantastical big other, they're non-identical to themselves, just as much as they are to each other. But again, in the normative fields of subjectivity, where neurosis thrives, where most of us, if we're lucky, find ourselves, there, the hope is otherwise. And for Lacan, this hope, even and especially when on the apparent verge of fulfillment, is a trap. The only coherence afforded by surplus enjoyment is that of what Lacan says on page 14 is the subject qua ego. The only coherence and consistency afforded by surplus enjoyment is that of the grammatical subject, is that of the ego on display. Which brings us to the end of Lacan's opening session in Seminar 16. After much work, and in fact it brings us right to the final paragraph he's working with on page 14. Isn't it interesting? Ecclesiastes 9:9. It's a passage Lacan's mentioned before, and it's one we've also discussed before in previous lectures, notably on the topic, if I recall, of anxiety. Here again, he's back with the book of Ecclesiastes, and not just any chapter and verse. He's got 9:9, Ecclesiastes in mind. And it goes something like this. Here's how Lacan puts it. All is vanity, no doubt. Enjoy the woman that you love. Namely, make a ring of this hollow, of this void at the center of your being. There is no neighbor if not this very hollow in you. It is the emptiness of yourself. Now, if you look into Ecclesiastes and you go to chapter 9, verse 9, that ain't exactly what's being said. Better, closer is something like this. Enjoy whomever you love, because the rest of your life, with all of its working, planning, knowledge, and even wisdom, is meaningless. In other words, where you think your life has meaning, at the level of your plans, your thoughts, your insights, your efforts, professional and otherwise, it does not. This is Ecclesiastes 9:9. But check it out. This lack of meaning, this void at the center of your being, this emptiness of yourself, as Lacan puts it, is in fact, hear me now, exactly what makes life worth living. And this living worth sharing with others. And it's here, at the level of lack, not plentitude, the zeros of which we're comprised, not the ones we attempt to fill these zeros with. It's here that you find an alternate mode of enjoyment to surplus enjoyment. One that is based less on the stuff you have than on the difficult experience of lack that repeatedly sends you out in search of more, and more. 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Now, if you've tuned in to the work we've been doing here at Lectures on Lacan, you know where I'm headed with this. Not in the direction of surplus enjoyment, but instead back to where it starts, in search of drive satisfaction instead. A different type of enjoyment. And if you've attended any of these previous lectures, you know that I believe this to be the ultimate horizon of Lacanian psychoanalytic theory and technique. Drive satisfaction may be yours and yours alone, but its object, lack, can be shared. And the word for this sharing of lack with another person is love. This is the Lacanian theory of love that is worth pursuing. And it is precisely on this theory of love that Lacan ends page 15. This opening session on Seminar 16. Let's ramp up to it and earn it the way that we've earned everything else at the start of this terrific seminar. Reading on from his very wild translation of Ecclesiastes. But in this relationship, undoubtedly guaranteed only by the figure that allowed Freud, no doubt, to hold on throughout his whole perilous path, and to allow us to clarify the relationships which, in this myth, would otherwise not be tolerable. The divine law that lives in its entire primitiveness, this enjoyment between man and woman, of which it must be said, this enjoyment between man and woman, between you and your partner, whether they're a man or a woman, of which Lacan says the following must be said. Give her what you do not have, because what can unite you to her is only enjoyment. It is on this point, in the style of a simple, total, religious riddle, of one that is only approached in the Kabbalah, that I will discharge you today. This is how Lacan ends his opening session in Seminar 16 on the topic of love, and not just any theory of love, on the very precise and profoundly Lacanian theory of love as giving what you don't have. Let's pause there. Stay tuned for more soon. All right, I just finished chapter 2 of Seminar 16, and I want to take a second and have a little fun with this. Say a few things about what seems to be happening in the second chapter, the second session of Seminar 16. It doesn't mean what we're going to say here is definitive. It means that we're reading this seminar page by page, session by session. And here are some things that I took away from the second session of this pivotal seminar, Seminar 16. First, psychoanalysis, as you've heard me say before, is a scientific discourse. It's valid, correct, rigorous, transmissible, conceptually clear, and coherent. And here Lacan is saying that the discourse of psychoanalysis is especially clear and coherent about two things, namely the cause and the effect of discourse itself. I'm on pages 2 and 3 here of the chapter. Here, Lacan is primarily concerned with the effects, or what he calls the consequences, of discourse. And these consequences are worth talking about, he says, for many reasons, one of which is that they can be rather obscure. Page 5. What I'm doing here is I'm reading along and pulling out terms, and wherever possible, attaching page numbers so you can then go find those phrases if you want to. Okay, let's talk about these effects or these consequences. We'll come to the cause of discourse in a moment. First and foremost, these effects of discourse have an effect on structure, which on pages 2 to 4 and on page 5 too, you hear Lacan saying that this structure is real. And that is very important as a move that he's making here. Structure is something real. Hold that thought. The other thing he says is that the structure, the effects of discourse, they're consequential for subjects. He says this on page 5. And you get some good examples on pages 4 to 6 of discourses scientific. For Lacan, physics was a big one, kind of a foundational scientific discourse. And says that they are consequential for subjects. They are in many ways the subject is an effect of discourse. Let's be clear. The effect of discourse on the subject is authoritative. It conditions the subject, preceding the agent of its own pronouncement and transmission. This is summarizing from page 5. What we might say is that the effect of discourse is to authorize its own subject. Discourses authorize subjects. Now, what about structure? The effect of discourse on structure is not authoritative, but apocalyptic, revealing structure as real, as infrastructure, I'm going to add, and crucially for Lacan, wildly anew. That's why I choose this word apocalyptic here. The effect of discourse on structure is to reveal it radically anew, by way of what Lacan refers to in this chapter as the scissors cut. All this talk of structure marks a turning point in Lacan's thought. Prior to this point, when Lacan says structure, he means tropology, tropes, metaphor metonymy. He's talking about language. Even to say that the unconscious is structured like a language, I mean, it's kind of redundant because structure is language at that point in Lacan's thought. Structure for Lacan early on is something symbolic. Here we see something different, an understanding of structure that's not about tropology, but topology.
an understanding of structure that shifts from language to materiality. An understanding of structure, very explicitly here, that is shifting from the field of the symbolic to that of the real. Note some of the moves Lacan is making. Earlier in his career, structure as language, as tropology, connected to the symbolic, it was all about metaphor. Metonymy too, but metaphor for Lacan is the biggie. Here, Lacan states again and again in Chapter 2, Seminar 16, that this is not a metaphor. He reiterates time and again that he is not speaking in metaphors here. There's nothing metaphorical about what he's saying. This ain't about metaphors. Feel me? Now, what we know about Lacan's theory of language is that it's built on that of Saussure, in how it thinks about language as a differential system of signifiers. Saussure likes the signs, Lacan likes the signifiers. What they both like is the differential structure, the differential relations that go into the composition of a language. In short, in Lacan's early career, when structure is tied to the symbolic, the primary line of thought here is difference. It's around thinking differentially. Here, though, if indeed Lacan is going to shift from a structure that's connected to the symbolic and language to one that is connected to the real and materiality, it's no surprise that we also see him getting into the impossible. Now the line of thought, if we follow this, would not be about the differences that go into the production of a structure, but its sheer impossibility, in keeping with what it is doing at the level of the real. And you can see this right here on page 2. The structure is therefore real. It is determined by convergence towards an impossibility in general. But that is how it is, and it is because of this that it is real. Page 2 is fabulous for this stuff. But it's definitely worth noting here. And it's worth noting on page 2 as well, the type of materiality that Lacan has in mind. He's talking about the board on which he writes. He's talking about papers, his lecture notes. He's talking about the letters and the characters, numerical and otherwise, that he's using to write on the board, on his lecture notes, to present to everyone. Which brings us from the effects of discourse to the question of cause. Language use as a kind of saying, which is an expression Lacan uses in Chapter 2 here, it aims at this cause. And Lacan reiterates this also on page 2. Language use, the act and the art of saying, aims at this cause. He says it twice on page 2. He's really trying to drive this point home for folks. Now, this does not mean, and has little to do with what a discourse is about in terms of like its content, like what are we talking about? What's the subject of this discourse, so to speak? It has even less to do with how it's presented. In other words, with the form of this discourse. And Lacan is being a little bit blunt with this at the bottom of page 2, top of page 3. Check it out. If here I am speaking about it, if I speak about structure, if I speak about it again today, it is because I am forced to do so, because of the chit-chat in the cafes. But I ought not to need to talk about it because I say it. What I say sets up the structure because it aims. As I said the last time, it aims at the cause of the discourse itself. Implicitly, and like each and every one who teaches, by wanting to fulfill this function, I defy, in principle, that I can be refuted by a discourse that justifies discourse differently to the way I have just said it. Notice all the emphasis on saying, said, so forth. I am repeating it for those who are deaf. Namely, what it aims at is the cause of discourse itself. That someone should justify discourse in a different way as an expression of or as a relationship to a content for which a form is invented. There's your form and content stuff. Lacan says, well, that's up to him. But I remark then that it is unthinkable with this position that you should inscribe yourself under any heading whatsoever in the practice of psychoanalysis. So take your form, take your content, and head elsewhere, because psychoanalysis is not your discourse, Lacan here says. I mean, even not as charlatanism. You should understand that the question is whether the psychoanalysis I am indicating here exists. And this precisely is what's at stake. This is an interesting move, this last part. Forget about, he's taking a shit on these people who want to, play at psychoanalysis with their forms and their contents, instead of dealing with what psychoanalysis really deals with, which is cause. That's what we learned from Seminars 10 forward, basically, is that the object of inquiry in psychoanalytic thought is cause. And we know about cause. The cause that psychoanalysis investigates is not some entity in the world. It's not an object. It's an opening. It's not a being. It's the field and the function of non-being. That's the type of cause. The buzzword for this we might use is lack. That is the cause that psychoanalysis studies. But here, all that aside, what Lacan is getting at is, does this shit exist? Does a discourse of this type, which he refers to as psychoanalytic, does it even exist? Now, if you flip back on page 2, you see existence popping up again. He says, either what we are talking about has no kind of existence, or, if the subject has one, I mean as we are articulating it, well, then it is exactly constructed like that. Namely, it is constructed like these things that I wrote on the board, on the paper I use. So if psychoanalysis as a discourse on the cause and effects of discourse itself actually exists, it exists just as it's being presented by Lacan here, he says, with the things he writes on the board and on the paper that he uses to do so. What then is the cause of discourse? Now, at the risk of putting too fine a point on this thing too soon in a seminar that's still unfolding for us, what the hell? Let's just give it a try. See if it sticks. The cause of discourse, I would argue, is akin to that of desire. It's lack. Now, what must be lacking for a discourse to emerge? The same thing that must be lacking logically and structurally for the symbolic to operate, namely the real. The real is whatever is excluded, unable to be metabolized by the symbolic. The cause of discourse is a logical, structural, necessary exclusion of something. A something which relative to this discourse is nothing, because it is the product of a no thing, some part and parcel that has been prohibited. Every discourse, in this sense, is like the big other, barred. And what about effects? The effect of discourse, and here Lacan means of true and worthy discourse, like the one he is articulating. But he wants to be precise here. We're going to come to this because there are other discourses that suck. He thinks what he is doing does not suck, and he wants to refer to this as a true and worthy discourse. True and worthy meaning worth actually presenting, actually working on, which implies that there are many discourses that are not worth presenting, not worth working on. The effect of a true and worthy discourse is to enact a scissors cut. A scissors cut that nevertheless introduces a cut into this no thing, revealing it anew. Now, I'm not entirely comfortable with that thought, with the idea that you could introduce a cut into the real. Conceptually, I don't quite follow that, but I'm going to go with it for now because I'm going to see where we lead. Remember, this is all a big experiment. And what we know that makes sense here is that the field and function of this non-being, that these are some of the basic waypoints of psychoanalytic thought. Remember, it's a meontology, from the Greek meon, meaning non-being. It's a study of things that don't technically exist, non-being. The discourse of psychoanalysis is a discourse on, and in order to avoid the kind of aboutness slip, I want to say that it is an inquiry into. I think that's a better way to think about this. Psychoanalytic thought is an inquiry into, and I quote Lacan, the real in which discourse itself has consequences. The real in which discourse itself has consequences. It's on page 3 of chapter 2 here if you want to check it out. What I want to suggest here is that this is not a structuralist or a post-structuralist project, but instead, as my dear friend John Durham Peters puts it in his recent book, The Marvelous Clouds, this is instead an infrastructuralist project. And I think this is a great way to read Lacan, especially in the late 60s. He is not a structuralist. He is not a post-structuralist. He is an infrastructuralist. Let me be clear. If structure, as Lacan says here at the start of 16, is real, it's because its relationship to language, the symbolic, is infrastructural, at once subtracted and excised from the symbolic, but also supportive and sustaining of the symbolic. Not unlike the Wi-Fi connection that you're now relying on, or the device that you're relying on as you watch this lecture, be it a phone, a tablet, a laptop. How about the chair in which you're sitting, the chair in which I'm sitting? These are all infrastructures. Now, there's a Heideggerian insight here, and we know that Lacan was a careful reader of Heidegger, a basic Heideggerian insight into media, technology, and society. Only when infrastructural media and technology fail, when they malfunction, or basically when they just perform otherwise than we expect, that's when we notice them. Isn't the same also true of the real? It always shows up as a malfunction, as a failure, as a disruption, as a startling, unexpected surprise or deviation from how we usually would expect the material world around us to unfold. Let's keep asking questions. What makes psychoanalysis a discourse that is worth the trouble of saying? And that's how Lacan puts it again, a discourse worth the trouble of saying. What I would suggest is that what makes psychoanalysis a discourse worth the trouble of saying is its ability to correctly and consequentially articulate this infrastructural insight into the relationship between the real and the symbolic here, as we're playing with it. Now, Lacan pits this in chapter 2 against several other approaches. He's not going to name them, but he is going to describe them. Psychoanalysis in this way, he says, is not hazy like other discourses. It is not delusional like other discourses. It is not aflutter like other discourses. When I said at the beginning here that the discourse of psychoanalysis would be clear, coherent, valid, correct, rigorous, transmissible, these are all Lacanian terms that he's using here to describe something
Remember chapter 1, where he's trying to tell us what a proper discourse would look like. And it ain't hazy, it ain't delusional, and it sure as fuck ain't a flutter. Let's ask the question again then. How? How do you say psychoanalytic thought in ways that aren't hazy, delusional, and a flutter? In other words, if the discourse of psychoanalysis exists as a discourse on the cause and effects of discourse itself, how does it show up? If this discourse exists, Lacan says, it exists on his chalkboard. It exists in his lecture notes. And it exists as, some examples from the text, drawings, diagrams, schemas. These are right from chapter 2. Now, if you've got ears to hear, what Lacan is trying to get at is a discourse without words. Remember the epigraph to Seminar 16. Drawings, diagrams, schemas. Are these words? Words could be involved, but it's not the same. He's working towards something here. Here, at the start of 16, the word for these non-words and the language that they constitute is, wait for it, logic. It's logic. Lacan says as much on page 6. And not just any logic, it's mathematical logic. Now, what he wants to talk about here, it looks like, it's kind of like an intellectual history of logic, where mathematicians suddenly discover Aristotelian logic. But logic is what he's after. Logic, Lacan tells us, is something that is detached in language. Not from language, but in language, he specifies. He even describes it as a paralanguage. Logic is a paralanguage of sorts. Now, what's at stake here? Logic is not a meta-language. It's not something apart from, above, beyond language. It's a type of language, a way of speaking that has been detached and now roams through language. Paralinguistically, from the Greek para meaning alongside, but also occasionally against. Crucially, this is going to be a language, a detachment that has specific consequences for what Lacan says is your existence as a subject on page 7. This applies to capitalism. The logics of capitalism are consequential for the subjects of capitalism. This also applies to the university. Logics of knowledge are consequential for subjects of its marketplace. Higher education, the university, academic culture, call it what you will. At stake here, Lacan tells us, is knowledge. Knowledge is what's at stake here, Lacan says on page 10. And not just in its junction with truth, without which, Lacan says, it is difficult to speak about anything whatsoever in psychoanalysis. It's right here on page 9. Knowledge in its junction with truth, without which, Lacan's saying it's tough to talk about anything in this discourse known as psychoanalysis without this knowledge-truth junction. You've heard us comment on this before. You've read it elsewhere in Lacan and the back of the Cree. Let's see what we can do with it here. What the fuck does knowledge have to do with all this? And whatever happened to surplus jouissance? Knowledge, Lacan says, towards the end of chapter 2 here in Seminar 16, he calls it the price of the renunciation of enjoyment. On page 10, it's a very odd phrase. The price of the renunciation of enjoyment is knowledge. Now, what this means if we're playing with the idea of value in Marxian thought, here exchange value, is that knowledge can be exchanged for enjoyment, and vice versa. We exchange enjoyment for knowledge. More precisely, the renunciation of jouissance, of enjoyment, that Lacan is here working on, he tells us that this is also the beginning or the condition of knowledge. The renunciation of jouissance marks the condition of possibility for something like knowledge. Now, all of this is in keeping with Lacan's basic theory of symbolic alienation, of castration. There's nothing new here at that level. The real must be excluded from the symbolic for there to be a symbolic. Fine, fair enough. What matters here, what's new here, is what Lacan's working towards at the level of the university. If knowledge can be exchanged in a marketplace of knowledge, knowledge is a kind of merchandise, Lacan says on page 11. What else do we mean by the marketplace of ideas, Lacan would say? This is the university. The university is a marketplace in which knowledge becomes a commodity, merchandise, to be bought, sold, traded, exchanged. Now let's see if we can break this down into a couple of columns. Not because it does a great amount of justice to the subtlety of Lacan's thought, but because it helps us render it clear, coherent, and more accessible than it currently is in Chapter 2 here of Seminar 16. Recall the classic split in Lacan's thought between modern science and the science of psychoanalysis. Modern science is founded on fantasies of unification. This comes up on page 11. Unification as a theme comes up. The modern fantasy of science is a unified theory of X, Y, Z, and so on. The science of psychoanalysis is founded on the understanding of unification as impossible. There is no universe of discourse, don't forget. In modern science, knowledge is reduced to a marketplace in which every knowing is an object or a commodity that has an exchange value. The words Lacan uses for this is a kind of homogenization, he says on page 12. The emergence of a collective and thus totally inane truth or set of truths that don't even qualify as the type of truth he's interested in. At issue here is the transformation of knowledge, we might say, into ideology. Not just a collection of commodities to be bought and sold, but an ideological apparatus. And the university is the place where this occurs. Not so in the science of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is not about knowledge, it's about discourse. A discourse without words in particular. One that is silent, dumb, stupid, mute, like writing on the board, on the page, on the wall in Lacan's lecture notes. I'm, of course, cribbing here from the end of chapter 2, 13, when he starts talking about all this stuff. If the knowledge that modern science traffics in is ideological, the discourse that psychoanalysis traffics in is structural. Let's keep moving down these two columns. In modern science, Lacan says we see science coupled with capitalism. Page 10, he says, they go really well together. Now, if you've got ears to hear, read this as a coupling of two of Lacan's 4 discourses from Seminar 17. It's the university discourse in service to the master's discourse. Now, we're not going to get into the capitalist discourse. We're just going to focus on what he's building towards here. The university in service to the master is one way to read science in service to capitalism. On the other side, again, fast and loose, don't forget, we would see the analyst's discourse in dialogue with that of the hysteric. Here, as the protester, as the May 68 striker, that at the end of chapter 2, Lacan tries to identify the discourse of psychoanalysis with. Which brings us back to that question of surplus enjoyment. Enjoyment in modern science becomes recherché. It becomes perverse. Lacan's clear on this. He's stretching it out at the end of the chapter. Surplus enjoyment, in other words, becomes something exclusive and elite in university culture. It's enjoyment of knowledge as a good, but a good that is only accessible to the elite few. Now, you might read this, if you're coming out of Foucault, as not a big breakthrough, that knowledge would be associated with capital, profit, power, and the like. Notice the Latin that Lacan uses to bring this out, the translation of which is great. Not all are admitted to Corinth. Or if you like better, not all are permitted or allowed to go to Corinth. Raises a question for us, a question that for now is going to remain unanswered. We'll see what happens next as we get into chapter 3. But if the surplus enjoyment that modern science affords subjects of the university is elite and exclusive, not all are admitted into Corinth. What kind of enjoyment fits on the other side in the field of psychoanalysis? Is there a surplus enjoyment that plugs in there, or is it a different type of enjoyment that we're going to be looking at? Let's see where we go from there. All right, in chapter 2, we saw Lacan had a lot to say about the cause and the effect of discourse. In the field of effects, two effects are prominent. Effects on structure, by which, I mean infrastructure, and effects on subjects, living, breathing, speaking, desiring subjects. We talked a bit about structure last time, so let's talk a little bit about these subjects. So far what we've got is that discourses authorize their subjects, not the other way around. But subjects, we know, also sustain the discourses that authorize them. Even the most abstract discourse, mathematics, is sustained by living subjects. Lacan tells us on page 5 of chapter 3. Albeit, he says, in the most hidden fashion. And yet, mathematics, as a discourse, has among its primary functions a function written into each of its operations, this very hiding, to keep subjects hidden. Let's check out how Lacan puts this on page 5. Top of the page. What is involved in the desire that sustains, in the most hidden fashion, there it is, the apparently most abstract discourse, let's say mathematical discourse. And if you've got ears to hear, it's mathematics that he has his eye on here. And perhaps with an eye towards a discourse without words, we're still holding space for that possibility. Nevertheless, the difficulty is of a completely different order at the level where I have to place myself, for the reason that if what animates mathematical discourse is uncertain, it is clear that each of its operations is constructed to scupper, to elide, to stitch up again, to suture this question at every instant. And remember what already appeared here 4 years ago about the function of the suture. While on the contrary, what is at stake in analytic discourse is to give its full presence to the function of the subject. This reverses, on the contrary, the movement of reduction in logical discourse, which is perpetually centered, in a way, all the more problematic in that it is in no way permitted to us to supply for what is a flaw, except by artifice, and by clearly indicating what we are doing at the moment when we allow ourselves to designate this lack. Effect of significance of something that claiming to signify it cannot be, by definition, a signifier. So the distinction here Lacan's drawing between psychoanalytic discourse and mathematical discourse is that the subject that the discourse of mathematics hides is precisely what the discourse of psychoanalysis makes present, focuses on, brings into attention. What looks like a flaw in the field of logical discourse is actually the very centerpiece in the field of psychoanalytic discourse. Let's see what we can make of this. In a very real sense, we have to remember here that this flaw, this lack in logical discourse, it ain't math's fault. The disappearance of the subject is endemic to all discourses by the sheer fact that discourses traffic in signifiers. Signifiers which, as we've seen, derive their meaning in differential relation to other signifiers. Language, the symbolic, the other. These are all different terms for this differential system. And in each case, in each of these totalizing operations, we see a lack at the level of their signifiers. Now, in our last lecture series on the logic of fantasy, we discussed the logical, structural, necessary lack in the big other, namely the fact that it lacks a relation to a big other like the one it imposes on us as its subjects. In order to establish and maintain its status as a totalizing container, and here is that key point again, the big other cannot be among its own contents. It's fundamentally at the basic level, and it's the simplest way to understand what's happening here, about the distinction between containers and their contents. The signifier of this lack is what we see in the upper left quadrant of the graph of desire. Capital S next to parens barred A signifier of the lack in the other. Notice how Lacan presents this, again on page 5 of chapter 3 of Seminar 16. Second paragraph, just after what we read on mathematical discourse. If we indicate the signifier of barred O, here for us in English would be the barred A in the standard English, signifier of barred A, it is in a way to indicate this lack, this lack of a subject. And as I articulated on several occasions, this lack in the signifier. What does that mean? What does this lack in the signifier represent, if moreover we can admit that this lack is something specific to our misguided destiny? There we designate the lack. It has always been the same, and if there is something that puts us in relationship with history, it is to conceive the degree to which, for so much time, men have been able to protect themselves from it. But this is not the question that I have come to raise before you today. On the contrary, I told you it is a matter of topology. If there is a formula that I repeated these days, these times with insistence, it is the one that roots the determination of the subject in the fact that a signifier represents it for another signifier. So here, if you'll recall, is the S1 over the subject and the S1 with an arrow pointed to S2. S1 represents the subject for an S2. That's the topology that he's working with here. And I suppose we could probably sketch it out really quick and hold it up for the screen so you could get a sense of just what he's doing here. Here, the lac in question finds a different symbol. And that symbol is the barred S. Now, we're playing with this stuff. We're only a few chapters into Seminar 16. And part of the challenge in reading this text is to bracket for a moment other things that we know about later Lacan, earlier Lacan, and really just focus on this text and really try and read him at the level of what he's saying here. And see if we can make heads or tails of it. Now, of course, we want to add and bring in elements from earlier and later Lacanian theories, but it's important to focus really on what he's saying here because we don't want to miss anything. And all too often our understandings of earlier and later Lacan are influenced by secondary scholars who themselves, don't always hit the nail on the head. We can, however, by sticking closely to the text, gather many insights, some of which perhaps haven't been laid out before. What's lacking in the other? I'm here suggesting, again, just based on our reading of the text, at the level of the signifier is the subject. What's lacking in the big other at the level of the signifier is the subject that is represented by one signifier for another. The topology for this subject signifier circuit is the one I just showed you, where at the top part, the circled part, this would be the level of society, perhaps. The other, the symbolic. Now, it's not quite as clear as that, not quite as clean as that, but we're working this for purposes of clarity. Underneath, you'd have the level of the subject. Society up top, subject down below. This might be the topology, rudimentary though it is, that we're beginning with here. Now, let's be clear about this S1 to S2. S1 is the signifier that represents the subject for another signifier, here designated by S2. What the hell's going on here? What's this all about? S1 to S2, S1 and S2. This is the smallest differential system to which language, the big other, society, the symbolic, can be reduced. If language is a differential system of signifiers, the smallest differential system you can have is a binary system. I don't mean oppositional, I don't mean dichotomous, I mean binary in the sense of two. There are two elements in this differential set known as language, an S1 and an S2. Now you could just as easily add a ... S3, S4, S5, S6, and you got a full-blown many millions of words, blah, blah, blah. No, what we're working with here is the smallest irreducible differential system requisite to any language. And that's what Lacan is carving out here with this S1, S2 binary, which he refers to as an ordered pair. It still works here. Notice how he puts us at the top of page 6, just after the paragraph we read about the signifier of lack in the other, and just after his shift to topology. This formula has the advantage of inserting into the simplest, the most reduced connection, that of a signifier 1, S1, to a signifier 2, S2. And then he shows you, again, the S1 with a little arrow going to S2. This is what we must start from in order not to lose, no longer be able to lose from a single instant, the dependency of the subject. So what Lacan's saying is, like, if we're going to understand what's going on with the subject, we first have to make really good sense and pay very careful attention to this foundational ordered pair, this binary of S1 and S2, this two-element set that is a differential system. Notice the shift from topology to formula. He is inviting us to start working from topologies to formulas. And I think we can take him up on this offer. So let's just see. Let's take him at his word and see if we can come up with a formula that captures this topology.
Now, if we were going to try it, and I'm moving fast here, so we're not going to get out the blackboard or anything like that. Let's just sketch this out. If we were going to come up with a formula that could capture what Lacan is here doing, it might look something like this. First, you'd have a signifier of the barred other. This is what you see in the upper left quadrant of the graph of desire. And what we're going to try and figure out is what exactly this means. Can we come up with a formula that supports what Lacan is here saying about the signifier of the lack in the other, if indeed the subject is related to that? And the answer is yes. The formula is a signifier of the barred other equals S1 plus S2 minus the split subject. And what I'm going to do here is I'm not just going to write it S1 plus S2 minus the split subject. In order to capture the sense of the binary set that Lacan is here designated with S1 and S2, I'm going to put these in brackets so that effectively what you have is a single element that has two parts. Now, we might determine that that's a mistake later, but for now, for our purposes, to keep our eye focused on this ordered pair, we're going to bracket and group them together into a set. Signifier of the barred other equals the set comprised of S1 and S2 minus the subject. A subject that, remember, is represented by S1 and extinguished by S2. We'll come to that real soon. All right, so we're toying with this formula, a formula that's going to capture for us some sense of what Lacan's meaning here in Seminar 16 at the start about a signifier of lack in the other. In this formula, we can read it as follows. The signifier of lack in the big other is at the very least a two-element set comprised of the ordered pair S1 and S2, a signifier that illuminates the subject and a signifier that extinguishes it. The S1 illuminates, representing the subject, and S2, Lacan says, is the one that extinguishes it, causing it to disappear. This effectively petrifies the subject, extinguishing it, allowing it to appear only as a figure of disappearance, as a disappearing figure, as a disappearing act even, a trace, a tracer of sorts, and nothing more, which is why we have the minus sign at the end. It's a little redundant because the barring of the subject is a version of that minus sign. So it's a little redundant, but for the purposes of giving us a clear and coherent formula, we can add that minus sign. And I leave the subject as barred because that's how it's typically represented in the Lacanian algebra, but represented at the level of its subtracted relation to the binary set of S1 and S2. This is what Lacan means by aphonesis, that the subject disappears as soon as it shows up. This kind of bizarre state of the split subject as always fading, faded, fading out. If there's a foundation of the graph of desire, it's here. I would say beneath the S1, at the level of the ever-fading subject, at what Lacan calls, check this out, the lowest point of what here is presented as a ladder, as being what a signifier represents for another signifier. So if we go back and look at this formula, this topological version of the formula, what Lacan is here saying is, read this bar as the lowest rung of a ladder. And that's what you see on page 12 of chapter 3, is you see the graph of desire redrawn, and you can imagine these as levels, rungs in a ladder. Now, if you've seen our series or heard our podcast on the subversion of the subject, where we dug into this graph, you know, or anywhere else in our work, actually, you know that I read that graph at the level of 4 different registers, 4 different rungs of a ladder. The lowest level, you have need, then demand, then there's the rung of desire, and at the top is the drive. Need, demand, desire, and the drive. Here what Lacan is doing is doubling down on that image of this being a ladder of sorts. And what he's telling us, this is the important part, is that at the very bottom, the lowest point of this ladder is the subject. In other words, what a signifier represents for another signifier. It's an interesting move. It also harkens back to Lacan's essay on the subversion of the subject, very crucially where he talks about that interesting move where the split subject slides over to the bottom right-hand corner of the graph. It's a fascinating move. And it's one that gets about a sentence or 2 explanation afterwards, at which point Lacan is off to something else. It'd be great to see a commentary on that precise move, where the split subject slides from the bottom left-hand quadrant of the graph of desire, which is where you see it in the elementary form of the graph of desire, this one that begins with the delta of pure need that results in this retroactive arc in the split subject. And now in the graph of desire, what we see is that split subject slips to the right. Really interesting, allowing the ego ideal to be down in the bottom left instead. Now, I think there's some easy ways to make sense of that and some more complicated ways. Anyway, this is not that discussion, but it's worth noting here that in the graph of desire, as discussed here and elsewhere, the split subject occupies the lowest point, the bottom rung, if you will, of this ladder. If S1 is the signifier that represents the subject, what the hell is S2? What is this other, additional, different signifier that is addressed by S1? And how exactly does this S2 extinguish the subject, as Lacan tells us? Well, let's check the text. Page 13 is where I found some useful stuff. Between where we left off on 6 and 13, you can see what he's doing with the graph of desire. You can see the passage about the ladder on page 12, and then we come to page 13. Let's see what we can find out about this other signifier, this S2. I'm reading in the middle paragraph, 6th line down. This other signifier in this radical connection is very precisely what represents knowledge. Knowledge, then, in the first articulation of what is involved in the function of the signifier insofar as it determines the subject. Knowledge in this opaque term in which, as I might say, the subject loses himself, or again is extinguished, if you wish. And this is what the notion that I underlined in my use by using the term fading always represents. Here's aphonesis again, this notion of fading. In this relation, in this subjective genesis, at the start, knowledge presents itself as this term in which the subject has extinguished itself. So S1 is the signifier that represents the subject. It represents the subject for S2. S2 is here figured as knowledge. If the S1 is the signifier that illuminates the subject, it's in the field of S2 that the subject is cast into shadow, that the subject is here, he says, extinguished, fades out.
lost even. But that's not what he says. He says the subject loses himself. Loss is not the same thing as lost. We'll see if we can make sense of that. So here it is. S2 equals knowledge. And it's in the field of knowledge that the subject is extinguished. This is what we have so far. But this knowledge, like the signifier, is opaque. It's not the first time we've seen opaque show up around the signifier. It also happens in chapter 1 of 16, where opaque is the term that the English translators give us. The knowledge in which the subject is stifled, effaced, petrified, at the very same time that it appears, it's cloudy, it's foggy, it's difficult to see in and navigate through. In other words, it's opaque. No wonder subjects lose themselves in knowledge. It's murky in there. What else do we know about knowledge at this point in Seminar 16? Well, we know that knowledge, chapter 2, page 10, is the price of the renunciation of enjoyment. In other words, that the price of admission into the field of knowledge is jouissance. Enjoyment is the price we pay for access to knowledge. Let's be clear. To be a subject is to be subject to the normative laws and logics of society, the symbolic, the big other. And the foundational moment of these laws and logics is a prohibition against enjoyment. Pursue pleasure as much as you like, but enjoy as little as possible, even and especially when given free rein and even direct orders to enjoy. The rule remains enjoy as little as possible, which is why the commandment to enjoy from Ecclesiastes to the superego, well, by God, if that's not sadistic. Does this mean that we experience enjoyment before society gets a hold of us? Were we in a state of jouissance before society got a hold of us? In other words, that enjoyment was something we had and then lost in the process of symbolic alienation? Let's be categorical. Is enjoyment a lost object? No, it is not. Enjoyment is not something we once had and subsequently lost. Instead, hear me now, it's an effect or a production of the experience of symbolic alienation. Let's be clear, make no mistake here. Society precedes enjoyment, the same way that the symbolic conditions the real. No symbolic, no real. No society, no jouissance. Which is why it's always mistaken, or at least ill-advised, to describe infantile, pre-linguistic, bioanimalistic life in terms of jouissance. What Lacan calls in the 1950s the here and now of the all in the process of becoming, it's one of the only real clear statements we get from him on pre-linguistic, pre-symbolic life. Now, we also get some great stuff when he talks about how close to death it is. We've discussed this, I believe, in our series on Seminar 11. But what's great here is that we've got this on our horizon as a here and now of the all in the process of becoming, and that's all we've got. This is not a field of enjoyment.
This pre-linguistic state of the here and the now, of the all in the process of becoming, it is not a site of enjoyment. And you've probably heard me say it before, but if you ask me, it sounds a hell of a lot like terror, more than enjoyment. Horror, more than jouissance. So when Lacan says that we exchange jouissance for knowledge, he means that we forfeit all and any opportunities for enjoyment when we enter the murky, foggy, opaque field of knowledge. We forfeit the opportunity for enjoyment. This doesn't mean that we don't access enjoyment at a later date. On the contrary, this is precisely what it means to enjoy. By prohibiting enjoyment, society makes enjoyment possible. And not just by way of transgression, as many readers often mistakenly assume. Transgression is just one way that you can access enjoyment. And I would argue that that way of accessing enjoyment, as you heard me say in our series on the drive, is fundamentally unsatisfactory. Because transgression always remains pegged to the law it breaks, and desire, as we know, is coterminous with the law. So here you would see enjoyment still shackled to the symbolic, still shackled to desire. And that transgressive move is one that will ultimately leave us wanting more and more and more and more. And the same way that desire does, not in a fun way. From Seminar 11 forward, Lacan is looking for non-transgressive ways to enjoy. That's important to note here. The transgressive aspect of jouissance, it's firmly in Seminar 7. Interestingly, I also believe that the seeds of his notion of surplus jouissance at the level of commodity consumption are also in Seminar 7. But by the time you get to Seminar 11, and here we are in 16, Lacan is really searching hard for other ways of accessing enjoyment beyond transgression. We've seen this in our series on Seminar 11 and on the drive. The drive in particular gives us an embodied, autoerotic, desublimative, and resubjectivizing circuit that allows for a unique access to enjoyment and uniquely non-transgressive. Here in 16, we're discovering another non-transgressive form of enjoyment known as surplus jouissance, surplus enjoyment. Okay, but enough about that. We're talking about knowledge here. Let's focus on the knowledge topic. I would suggest at this point in Seminar 16 that there's something really enigmatic about knowledge. And not just because it's opaque, as Lacan tells us. Recall what he says about S2, the other signifier that symbolizes knowledge. And here I would say recall all the way back to the very start of Seminar 16, Session 1, page 10, bottom. Let's take a look. When I say that the signifier must be defined as what represents a subject for another signifier, here you are, start of 16, he's back at this formula, this topology, this hypothesis, as we saw, this statement in the opening session. When I say that the signifier must be defined as what represents a subject for another signifier, this means that no one will know anything about it except the other signifier being S2. And the other signifier has no head. It's a signifier. The subject is stifled, effaced immediately at the same time as it appears. It is a matter precisely of seeing why something of this subject, which disappears in emerging, produced by one signifier, S1, in order to be immediately extinguished by another, S2. S2 as knowledge. It marks a field and a function of knowing in and as which the subject
is not only extinguished, but also, and here's the weird part, known. Let's see what we can do with this. It's messed up to be a subject. You're illuminated, only to be extinguished, and it's precisely there, as the disappearing act that you are, that you're known. This is what we're learning about S2 in the opening sessions of Seminar 16. I wonder if this is what Lacan gets at when he says that S2 is headless, acephalic. And I wonder if this is the enigma that we have to start with. What kind of knowledge does S2 designate if it is headless? It's tempting to rush into some answers here, isn't it? Let's not. Let's stick with the text. Reading on from page 13. And really just right after the semicolon where we stopped. Knowledge presents itself as this term in which the subject has extinguished itself. And then we just keep reading. Note this term. This is the sense of what Freud designated as primary repression. This so-called repression that is said explicitly formulated not to be such, but as being this kernel already beyond the reach of the subject, while at the same time being knowledge. This is what the notion of primary repression signifies, insofar as it makes it possible for every signifying chain to connect up with it, implying this enigma, this veritable contradiction which the subject as unconscious is. Clearly, there's a reason why the translators kept the German here. Why they didn't also render this as primary repression, hard to know. But it's not simply repression that we're talking about here. It's primary repression. That's what the on the front of the German term presented here on page 13 suggests. The knowledge in question here is an object of primary repression that is beyond the reach of the subject, we heard on page 13, yet still experienced as a kind of knowledge. Where exactly do subjects know things beyond their reach? Clearly at the level of the unconscious. But this begs another, more foundational question. What is the object of primary repression that the unconscious allows us to know? Another signifier, but not just any signifier. It's the primordial signifier, the unary trait that we know. A signifier pronounced, accepted, negated, and repressed in the passage from S1 to S2. And each of those stages is important. We've discussed each of them at length, so I won't go into them. But this is a signifier, the unary trait, that is pronounced, accepted, negated, and repressed in the passage from S1 to S2. And here it's the clinical structure of neurosis that we're looking at here, right? Part of what you would see Lacan argues in Seminar 3 around psychosis is that this primordial acceptance, this Bejahung, that Lacan makes a big fuss about early on in his thought. This primordial acceptance, pulling it right from Freud's essay on negation, by the way, is something that the psychotic does not accept and instead rejects entirely, completely foreclosing this unary trait, this primordial symbol. Unlike the psychotic, however, the neurotic is somebody who accepts it and yet then goes on to negate it and then to repress it. I want to be crystal clear, if I can, about this, even at the risk of stepping in it as we go. Whatever else your S1 was,
because you're a subject just like me. And whatever else your S1 meant and continues to mean for you, its function was and remains the same as mine, and the same as the person in the other room, and the same as everybody else on this call, assuming we all fundamentally have the clinical structure of neurosis under our belts, so to speak. And that function is prohibition. Your first signifier, your master signifier, was the same as mine. No. That's the thing about master signifiers. It's a swarm of no's out there, a swarm of S1s, all of which serve the basic function of prohibition. Doesn't mean the first word you heard or the first word you spoke was no. It means that the function of that first signifier was prohibitive. And as a result, the function of that signifier, regardless of what the word was no. Thou shalt not. At issue here is the first of two moments that constitute what Lacan calls the name of the Father. It's the moment, the first one, that we represent with the minus phi of castration. Here we see the non of the Father, which sounds exactly like the nom of the Father, the no of the Father. You always have to remember this. Lacan's playing when he says the name of the Father, with the way that the French no sounds the same as the French name, which invites us to separate the name of the Father into two basic operations, the first of which we're discussing now as the unary trait, as the primordial symbolizing act of prohibition. The naming part, well, there's a lot of good stuff out there on that. We're focusing on the no, the negating part, the no of the Father. Let's see if we can add some clear terms to this. The price of admission to the symbolic. Just ask any neurotic. Is your acceptance, negation, and repression of a primordial prohibition a foundation inaugural no? Let's keep asking some questions on this. What does the no of the Father prohibit? Hear me now. I'm asking about the origin, not the operation of the barred subject. Where did that motherfucker come from? We know where the split subject is headed. It's always headed towards jouissance. But where did that motherfucker come from? I'm asking about the origin of the barred subject, not how it operates. Not where it's headed. I'm asking about the origin. And as you know, an origin is not a genesis. An origin is like a primal scene that is retrospectively seen from a moment in which it is long past. Sometimes not so long past, but in either case, gone. No longer. Origins are retroactive. I want to take a chance here and suggest something different about the origin of the barred subject. You've heard people ask about this too. What's the primal ooze, material, goop, glop? What was there before the symbolic? And honestly, in doctoral seminars, especially oddly enough with clinical psychologists or psychologists-to-be, this is one of the basic questions that they always want to talk about, not surprisingly. What exactly is this infantile, pre-linguistic state before symbolic alienation? Let's talk about that. And this may be one of the reasons why you often see psychoanalytic thought that's not quite as crystallized as Lacan's, coupled with phenomenology. Think about that for a second. Back to our question of origins here. Here's what I want to suggest. The mythical prehistory of the barred subject, and it's always just that, mythical, before sexuation, before alienation, before separation. Think back to our series on the drive. and also on Seminar 14. Sexuation, alienation, and separation. These are the three constitutive lacks or experiences of lack that go into the production of a subject. Before all of this is a fundamental fantasy of pre-symbolic Edenic wholeness. This mythical prehistory of the bard subject is a figure or effect structure of a fundamental fantasy that, like all fundamental fantasies, promises wholeness, completion, and the like. What the no of the Father prohibits is any continuation of life without this fundamental fantasy. Now, in the past, what I've often said is, what the no of the Father prohibits is any furtherance of life without prohibition. That's still true. We're adding something to that here. What the no of the Father prohibits is any furtherance of life without this fundamental fantasy regarding what was there before. You might even say this is an original fantasy. Why else are they called the 10 Commandments? They're not called the 10 Prohibitions, even though almost all of them begin with thou shalt not. That should have been called the 10 Prohibitions, right? They're not. It's called the 10 Commandments. The horrendous imperative of civilization, the basic commandment of the symbolic, it's not enjoy. That's not it. The horrendous imperative of civilization is fantasize. The flip side of the renunciation of enjoyment today is not the promise of enjoyment tomorrow, but instead the fantasy we sustain in the meantime. Namely, the fantasy that future enjoyment can and will restore lost wholeness. Let me be clear again. The flip side of the renunciation of enjoyment, and that renunciation occurring today repeatedly every day as a new renunciation of enjoyment, it's not the promise of more enjoyment tomorrow. That's not the flip side here. Instead, it's the fantasy that we sustain between today's renunciation and that promise. There's a fantasy that gets us to the next day, where we don't find enjoyment, but instead a new renunciation. The fantasy, though, is strong and full enough to keep us going. It's the fantasy that future enjoyment, whenever we get there, can and will restore lost wholeness. Now, if you read the history of thought, you know that what we're talking about here is the eschatological stretch out that basically is the history of Christianity. Here in 16, Lacan is caught up with capitalism. Great, fabulous. But the other big C that structures Western thought is Christianity. And Christianity is founded on an eschatological stretch out. Jesus is always on his way. They've been saying this shit for thousands of years at this point. Jesus is always just around the corner. You're going to the store? Don't get a full loaf of bread, get a half loaf, because Jesus is on the way. One of the first great rhetorics of Christianity is around this deferral of end times. It was always imminent, it was always just about to arrive, but it was always in a future that was not yet. And that's how it works. Each day takes the end time and stretches it out just a little bit more, pushing it off to the next day. What else is the promise of enjoyment in the future but an eschatological stretch out of our own? Paradise, lost and regained. This is what too many of us in psychoanalytic theory and everyday life think jouissance is all about. We think it's about paradise lost and paradise regained.
But that shit ain't the truth. The truth against which this fantasy defends is that wholeness is not something we once lost and can thus repossess again, but instead something that we have always lacked and always will. Again, we're back to that basic Lacanian dialectic between having and being. To exist as a subject is not to have lost something, but instead to live at a loss, to be always at a loss. It's the experience of loss, not the lost object, that gives psychoanalytic its clinical and conceptual orientations. Psychoanalysis has as its centerpiece, clinically and conceptually, not a lost object or some protocol for regaining it, but the experience of loss itself. Loss in the field of being is different from having lost something in the realm of possession. Let's stop there.
All right, let's take a look at chapter 4 in Seminar 16. This one is wild. The diagrams alone are intense. Let's earn them. I'm going to move fast and loose through some of these materials, but in a way that brings us to some pretty decisive points toward the end of this lengthy and rather woolly seminar. So, page 1. Let's just start at the beginning here. What Lacan is starting to work with here is the relationship of a signifier to an other signifier. Now, this is interesting. In the English translation, we have that's a capital O, other signifier, as S2, about 5 or 6, 7 lines down from the top of page 1. It's this relationship, in other words, between an S1 and an S2. And you know the topology that he's talking about here. The signifier is what represents the subject. The signifier is S1 for another signifier, here symbolized by S2, which we've been talking about. Lacan is still hot on this topic. Scroll down a little bit more on page 1, and he wants to ask about this big other. Now, if you've seen our materials on 14, where we talked about this through 4 lengthy lectures and discussions, some of this is not going to be too big of a surprise for you until we get to the diagramming. Here in 16, Lacan is still very interested in what he calls the destiny of the big other. And in chapter 4 here, we're going to see why. This big other, the other enclosed, no knowledge that one can presume, let us say, will one day be absolute. On page 1, he's giving us a vision of the other, the big O other, that does not enclose absolute knowledge, a big other that does not amount to the container of all things, in other words, absolute knowledge. This brings us back to that point in 14 that Lacan's been making ever since. The big other does not exist. Now, we've talked about this, so we'll leave it at that for now. We're just getting into chapter 4, and I want you to know these themes are top of mind for him. An other that would not have absolute knowledge among its contents. Notice on page 2, he tells us, reiterating himself, that this is an important topic. First full paragraph on page 2. That the big other should be put in question is extremely important for the continuation of our discourse. The discourse of psychoanalysis, perhaps? The discourse of psychoanalytic theory, which is to say a discourse without words. We'll see. There is not in this statement, let us say first, this statement that the other contains no knowledge that is either already there or to come in an absolute status. There is not in this statement anything subversive. Again, when Lacan gets into this stuff, just think about containers and things contained. The container is not among its contents. Remember the wastebasket with which Seminar 16 began.
the wastebasket is not among its contents. The refuse, household and otherwise, contained in the wastebasket. Among that refuse is not the wastebasket itself. The container is not among its contents. And that slippage is why there is no meta-language, no other of the other, and so on. Again, we've been through this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Lacan makes another point here on two that is worth noting. It's a point he's made before, and it's one that I think is pretty nicely stated here. It's toward the bottom of page 2. Why should knowledge be subverted because it cannot be absolute? This is a great question, and it's one that, according to Lacan, this pretension wherever it shows itself or wherever it is shown itself is, it must be said, always laughable. So there's something hilarious to him about the idea that knowledge is subverted because it is not absolute. And his point is rather simple. There's a simple version of this and then a more complex part. Let's do them both quickly. Knowledge is incomplete, but it's still operational. That's the simple point here. You don't know everything that's happening in your neighborhood right now, but the things you do know about what's happening in your neighborhood right now are still fully operational. You can operationalize the knowledge that you have, however limited, to do things in the world here in your neighborhood. Even and especially when it's incomplete, knowledge is operational. And that especially is the important part here, which brings us to the more complex insight here. It's in fact because knowledge is incomplete that it exists and remains operational. And this is that point about dysfunction that we talked about earlier. This point about faults and failures. A bucket with a hole in it is not as functional as one that doesn't have a hole in it, but a bucket with a hole in it can never be filled. Its function as a water-containing entity can never be fully realized. It can just go on having water poured into it. Because it's leaky, it gets to continue bucketizing water. This is the more complex point that Lacan is making. Knowledge that is incomplete is still wildly operational. And in fact, here's that second point again. It's because it's incomplete that it is operational. Now, why is this so laughable? This pretension, wherever it shows itself, or wherever it has shown itself, this belief that because knowledge is incomplete, that it's subverted or inadequate or somehow dysfunctional beyond the point of use. It's laughable. Laughable precisely, we are here at the heart of our subject. I mean that this new start made in the witticism, insofar as it provokes laughter precisely, in short, insofar as it is properly attached to the fault inherent in knowledge. So he's kind of messing around here. This pretension is laughable because it's precisely in the gaps of which knowledge is made that we see the opportunity for the witticism, for the joke. Did you know that diarrhea is hereditary? It's true. It runs in your genes. We can walk this seminar forward up through pages 3 and 4 and into page 5, which is a terrific page. And Lacan returns playfully again to this notion of the subversion of the subject. You've heard our lectures on this essay. You've read this essay. You know this essay is fire. And you've heard me say it before, but if I could only pick one essay in Icree to offer to somebody, and I had to just pick one and the rest, I don't know, we're going to burn in hell, I would have to pick the subversion of the subject essay. It's a terrifically complex and inclusive foundational introduction to Lacan's work, which is why the very start of Lectures on Lacan was a close reading of this essay
in a clinical psychology doctoral seminar, no less. I think we had 70 or 80 people on the call. It was sick. So many of them were Jungians, though. It was also sick in a different way. Here, though, what we're talking about, the subversion of the subject. Lacan's going to flip it around a little bit and say, what exactly does the subject subvert? It's not the subject that's being subverted here. What if the subject is the subverter? What exactly does it subvert? Middle paragraph, this big one that says, let us take things up again on page 5. Check this out. The subversion that is at stake is the one that the subject introduces, certainly, but that the real sticks to, which in this perspective is defined as the impossible. So you know some stuff about the subject, you know some things about the real. Now what Lacan is going to say is that somehow these two get stuck together. Now, there is no subject at the precise point where it interests us, except the subject of an assertion. If I posit these two references, that to the real and that to the assertion, it is to clearly mark that here, that you may still vacillate and pose the question, for example, whether this is not what was always imagined about the subject. It is moreover also there that you have to grasp what the term subject states, insofar as it is the effect, the dependent of this assertion. There is no subject except of an assertion. This is what we have to correctly circumscribe in order to never detach the subject from it. So to be a subject is to be dependent on, subject to an assertion, here represented by our S1. Now there's something about this, though, this subjectivation that occurs in a heteronymous relationship to language, to the assertion, that the real also gloms onto. Now, what is the real? The real is the remainder of the disjunction between the knowable and the unknowable. Alain Badiou, Lectures on Lacan, said it best. You've heard me riff on this before. This is a terrific way also to think about the subject. The subject isn't exactly split, divided, barred, and so forth. If it is, here's what we can say about it. When the real gloms onto the subject, it reminds us that whatever else the subject involves, split, barred, gapped, and so forth, it's the remainder of the disjunction between our grammatical selves, as we are figured in language, and our enunciating selves, as we live embodied lives. The remainder of the disjunction between the grammatical subject and the enunciating subject is the subject. And this is also how we defined it in our early lectures on the subversion of the subject essay. This remainder of a disjunction between the sociolinguistics of human selves and the biomaterialisms that we each have to have in order to remain human. And remember this, your body doesn't have to look like mine or vice versa, but we all have to have one. In order to be human, you have to have a body. You don't have to have legs, but you have to have a body. You don't have to have fingers, but you have to have a body. You feel me? Being a human subject is to be having your body also subject to an assertion, and usually slipping out from under it. This is the issue that we're going to start getting into. Let's read one more brilliant paragraph on page 5. To say, moreover, that the real is the impossible is also to state that it is only the most extreme circumscribing of the assertion, insofar as it is the possible that it introduces, and not simply that it states. Brilliant move. Very interesting one we're definitely going to be coming back to. The flaw remains, no doubt, for some people, that this subject would then be, in a way, a subject taking its worth from this discourse. That it would only be the deployment, a canker crossing in the middle of the world where the junction takes place, all the same, bringing the subject to life. That's a terrific paragraph. And I just learned the other day that Bruce Fink's going to give us a great translation of Seminar 16. This is the paragraph that I'm going to start with when I get my hands on Fink's translation. Can't wait to see how he renders this. Moving forward here, page 6, page 7, more structuralism, more name of the Father. Page 8, page 9, the stuff on suffering is really fun. Now remember, I'm driving at something here. I'm driving at something. And then there's the slip. Bottom of 9, top of 10, Sinai. I apologize. That just slipped out. Since Sinai came out, he's going to go on to talk about that. It's at the bottom of page 11 that we get back to this subject, this subversive subject. Not the subversion of the subject, but a subversive subject. Let's see what he's doing with this. Holding in mind where we started. We started with this big other, which does not exist. It doesn't exist because the big other as whole, complete, totalizing, is always barred. Its count is always lacking. And as a result, it's desirous. The barred big other is always a signal that the big other, were it to exist, would be existing like us in the field of desire. Bottom of page 11, second line up from the bottom. Let's start fourth line up from the bottom. The drama is that whatever may be the fate this putting in question reserves for it, what the same experience demonstrates is that it is from the desire of the big other that I am, je suis, that I am. In the two marvelously homonymic senses of these two words in French, that I follow the trace. It is moreover precisely for that reason that I am interested in the destiny of the big other. The diagrams also start popping on page 12, just after Lacan insists that he is interested in the destiny of the other, the destiny of the big other. Whatever I am as a subject, he suggests, it's from the desire of the big other that I am, that I follow the trace. There's something here to do with the fact that the big other is barred and what this does for the conditioning of the subject. We are always somehow following the trace of the desire of the big other, a desire that is, of course, like all desires, conditioned on lack, here represented as the barred other. And the logic of this lack is what we talked about in our series on 14. It's also some of the prelude work that we did to get us to 16. Container, thing, contained, that's what we're talking about here. That's where this lack comes from for Lacan. And then he gets a note on page 12. Somebody sends him a note. Someone who, according to Lacan, clearly has some introduction in mathematics. And then he's into set theory again in response to this note. This is where things get great. Really terrific work here, starting on page 13. Really, 13, 14, 15 are awesome. Pages 13 and 14 are basically a hypothetical experiment. Lacan is starting at the bottom, in the middle of 13, and he wants to say, what happens if the other exists? If the other exists, what does all that mean? What does it amount to? Far from the subject. That's where the paragraph begins on page 13. And I think it's worth us just reading this together, and then we'll diagram it. Far from the subject here in any way subsuming the two signifiers in question,
the S1 and the S2. You see, I suppose, how easy it is to say the signifier S1 here does not stop representing the subject. This is going to be very crucial. It does not stop representing the subject. In fact, it necessarily repeats its repetition of the subject for reasons we've already discussed. Because S1s are always inadequate and don't fully exhaust the subjects they represent, which in turn provoke more S1s, which in turn represent a little more, but never fully represent that subject. We're going to diagram this. We're going to really understand what this is about, but only because I want to tell you about my cat. As my definition, the signifier represents a subject for another signifier, articulates it. There you go. There's that definition again. While the second subset, S2, here's what he's talking about, makes present what my correspondent, this person who sent him a note, calls this coexistence. Namely, in its broadest form, this form of relation that one can call knowledge. So here we're back at an understanding of S2 as knowledge. S1 is a signifier that represents the subject, and S2 is another signifier known as knowledge, for which this S1 represents the subject. The question that I am posing in this connection and in the most radical form is whether a knowledge is conceivable that reunites this conjunction of the two subsets in a single one. Anytime you see the word union, unification, universe, think oneification. The one is a central concept in Lacan's work. It's a slippery concept, as we saw in our reading of 14, but it's going to be one that's with him, I would argue, for the rest of his career, at least through 20. The one is a fundamental concept here. And when you see him messing around with universe, union, here reunion, never forget what he gave us in Seminar 11. The UN, yes, in French means one, from the Latin unus, unification, far out. But in English and in German, and Lacan is acutely aware of this and explicitly says as much, more or less, in Seminar 11. The UN also means negation. It also means non in English and in German. So we've been over this. This is part and parcel of what we did in our series on Seminar 11. Is one of the passages we read very closely. But here, remember that for Lacan, union doesn't exist. There is no union. There is no harmony, and so on and so on and so on and so on. It's the non-relation that he's interested in. The relation, in the sense of Freud's that prefix un, meaning non, or a negation of sorts. You hear me talk about meontology. Here I'm just fucking with the Greek. Me is the Greek negation, the Greek version of that. Meontology, meontos, non-being. But we are dealing with that un. Reunites this conjunction of two subsets in a single one, read coherent, complete, totalizing, in such a way that they can be under the name of O, big O, identical, there it is again, there's a union, to the conjunction as it is here articulated in a knowledge of the two signifiers in question. Can the big O other fully, totally contain and unite, universalize S1 and S2? And what about the subject? What about that barred S that is also part of the typology that tells us that S1 represents the subject to an S2? This is why, after having pinpointed by the signifier O a set of S means that I no longer need to put 1, 2, because I substituted O for this set of S1 and S2. Recommendation. Going forward, my fellow Lacanians, let us start using some different letters. How many S's are popping in this guy's discourse?
I'm glad. I love what the S is doing here. But it gets a little confusing at times. Just bear in mind that the terms we're dealing with here are S1, this master signifier that represents another S, the subject, usually looking like a $sign, the subject with a bar through it. And then you have this S2, which means knowledge. These aren't the only S's in Lacan's vocabulary, of course, but they're the ones we're working with here. And he's adding a big O. The big O here symbolizes the big other. And he wants to figure out how all these terms, these four fundamental terms, hang together. And he's also going to throw a little A in there. But that's the basic ingredients here. You have 5 terms, and those are the ingredients. So don't trip too much with this. I questioned what followed from this as regards the topology of the other. And it is following this that I showed you in a way that was certainly too imaged to be logically fully satisfying, but whose necessity as an image allowed me to tell you that this succession of circles involuting, look at that term, involution. I asked one of my mathematically proficient pals to help me with this, and she wrote a bunch of stuff on the page, and my eyes just glossed over. Involution, oh my God, what the hell does this mean? 4 equals 1 over 4 through an involutive possible. Oh my God, okay. I don't think you need to be a mathematician to understand what Lacan's doing here. He's not a mathematician. But there's a word here for us to look at. A succession of circles involuting in an asymmetrical way. Look it up, don't get hung up. Namely, now always in the measure of their apparently greater interiority, the subsistence of big O. So what he's describing here are these concentric circles that you see on page 14. We're going to draw them a little differently to help us make better sense of what I think is happening here. But insofar as this imaging might suggest a topology, which is the one thanks to which the smallest of these circles comes to be joined to the largest. So you can look at this image as you're hearing me read this and see what he's meaning here. In this figure and the topology suggested by such an imaging makes of it the index of the fact that big O, if we define it as possibly including itself, namely having become absolute knowledge, has this singular consequence that what represents the subject is only inscribed there, is only manifested there in the form of an infinite repetition, as you have seen there being inscribed under the form of this S, big S. You got a big O and a big S. In this series of inner walls of a circle in which they are indefinitely inscribed. This is his account of what's happening in the diagram on page 14. Let's see if we can make a little bit better sense of this thing.
On page 11, Lacan is saying it is from the desire of the big other that I am. And then on the next page, page 12, he's telling us that I follow the trace. It is moreover precisely for this reason that I am interested in the destiny of the big other. The way I read the concentric circles on 14 is Lacan's attempt to image, as he says, or to figure, or to come up with a diagram of the destiny of the big other. And yet I think there is an easier, more accurate way to draw this diagram that stays truer to the topology that we're working with, a topology which is based on the definition of the signifier is something that represents a subject for another signifier. Now, that definition gave us the basic topology that you see here. A signifier represents a subject for another signifier. Now, the big other comes along as part of its destiny and says, I'm going to try and capture all that. I'm the container of all things. I can contain all of this business. Now, what you have here is a figure of the big other in this green square. This figure of the big other is itself a signifier. The problem here, though, is that it allows another signifier, another subject to drop out. So you might think of this green square as a kind of newfangled S2. The big other is going to try and encompass these purple elements in a new S2 that can then be this treasure trove of all the elements of the previous order. The big other signifies to that treasure trove, and the subject is what drops out. But this does not stop the big other. The big other says, you know what? I'm even bigger than that. And it comes along and says, I can encompass all of these in a new S2. And I'll signal the hell out of that. The problem, though, is that another split subject comes out. But the destiny of the big other is to just keep going. We'll draw that one again. We have yet another S2. And you see the process just repeats over and over and over again. The idea here is that every S1, S2 split subject topology becomes a new, more expansive, never complete, never whole, never absolute S2. The elements that went into the purple topology are grabbed and gathered together to form a green S2 that then gets caught up in the same typology. But the big other says, aha, I'll change colors to blue. And now I can capture that capturing of the first topology with a new blue rectangle here, a new S2. And the process repeats itself. Now, what's at stake in all of this? And can we, for God's sake, come up with an example or two to illustrate it? First, an example, and then the stake. So, as some of you know, I have 2 cats, a dog, and some humans up in this house with me. And one of my cats' names is Lucifer. Lucifer is the primary S1 that we use to describe one of these cats. Lucifer represents this cat to and connects her subjectivity to a bunch of hellish biblical discourse about Satan, the devil, etc. You see where we're going with this? And if you know tortoiseshell cats, they're famous for their, quote, tortitude. You can understand why this cat has the name Lucifer. This cat has an attitude problem. But that's not all she has. And that's why we have to come up with other names for her. There's more to her than the meaning captured in the word or the signifier, Lucifer. She also likes to snuggle at times. She likes to get tucked under blankets with you. And for one reason or another, we started calling her Mittens. Now, I don't know how we got from being snuggly and liking to get tucked into Mittens, but here we have it, another S2. or another S1 that is going to capture something about her that was lost in the previous figuration. So we're able to capture more of the cat's attitude, personality, and the like. But even that leaves something to be desired, a part of her subjectivity that slips out. And so we have to come up with a new, here in the blue, master signifier that's going to capture what's left behind after Mittens. So Lucifer leaves out the snuggly part. Mittens captures the snuggly part, but leaves out something else, which may be the cat's love of eating. And I'll leave that to your imagination as the signifier that we attach to that one. But you see, the process would go on and on and on. And you could do the same with any sort of a proper name. So you might have somebody that is Professor, Doctor, Reverend, blah, 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 Esquire. But they also have a first name, a middle name. They also might be known as shitbird, fuckstick, potato boy, whatever the hell else signifiers that you have for somebody like this. I usually don't crack up, but I just heard somebody in the other room start laughing when I ripped out that one. So it's kind of tough to keep a straight face. But you can't see my face anyway, so I'm just going to go with it. The question here for us is what's at stake in this unfurling of diagrams here? Let me put it more directly. Which S is the important one here? Why are we fucking with these S's? Which one is the most important one? For Lacan, and here on page 14 of Seminar 16, the important S is the split subject. And here's what he says about that. The subject here is an infinite, non-identical repetition of itself. I'm not making this up. It's right there on page 14. And what this means is that the subject cannot be universalized. He tells us this on page, I always want you to have these page numbers, on page 17, just before the end of the seminar. Because the subject is an infinite non-identical repetition of itself, it cannot be universalized. In other words, it can't be turned into one thing. This is what it means to be a subject, is to be constantly unfurling and repetitively at a structural logical level subjectivizing ourselves. Now, we can read this as Lacan starts to discuss it at the bottom of page 14, after the concentric circles, which here we have rendered in some weird colorful rectangles. Thus the subject, by being inscribed only as an infinite repetition of itself, that's what you see here in this diagram work, is inscribed there in such a way that it is very precisely excluded, and not by a relationship that is neither from the inside nor from the out, from what is posited first of all as absolute knowledge. Remember, it's the destiny of the big other that brought us to this point. And the idea that the subject is what follows this destiny. I mean that there is here something that takes into account in the logical structure what the Freudian theory implies as fundamental in the fact that originally the subject, with respect to what refers it to some fall of enjoyment, can only be manifested as repetition and unconscious repetition. It is therefore one of the limits around which there is articulated the link of maintaining the reference to absolute knowledge, to the subject supposed to know, as we call it in the transference, with this index of repetitive necessity that flows from it, which is logically the little o object, here objet A, this little a insofar as here its index is represented by these concentric circles. So if you want to plug in little a here, It's going to be the index of the repetitive necessity that you see unfolding across this repeating diagram work. It's an algebraic term that we use and can use to symbolize these concentric rectangles, or in the case of the diagram on 14, these concentric circles. Now, what makes all this stuff important for our purposes is that it gives us a starting place for understanding the relationship between the big other with its barred destiny, the split subject, which follows or traces, Lacan says, the destiny of the barred or lacking big other. It also tells us how language and discourse are working here. With each encompassing of the previous topography, we see the destiny of the big other as lacking playing out. In fact, you might even say that the diagrams that we're looking at here, this is a diagram of the desire of the big other. And it is a totalizing desire. It's a desire to...
All right, let's pick up the thread here, if we can. We were at the end of chapter 4 of Seminar 16. With this bit about the subject, which cannot be universalized in its relation to the other. Check out the passage at the bottom of page 17 of chapter 4. It starts about, 10 or so lines up from the bottom with the sentence, This demonstrates that the subject, in whatever way it intends to be subsumed, either from a first position of the big other as including itself, or in the big other by limiting itself to the elements that are not elements of themselves. So these are the two logics of the big other that he's been messing with here. And we want to know how the subject factors in or not to these big others, depending on the logics that they implement. And then he says, this implies something, and asks what? What does this imply? How are we going to express this exteriority in which I posited for you the signifier of the subset, namely S2? This means very precisely that the subject in the last analysis cannot be universalized. And you know what this means. To universalize something is to turn it into one, to unify it, if you will. And the subject he's telling us, as a result of what we've seen in chapter 4, we now know that it cannot be universalized. There is no proposition that says in any way, even in the form of the fact that the signifier is not an element of itself, that what this defines is an encompassing definition with respect to the subject. And then we come to that final sentence we were just looking at. And this also demonstrates not that the subject is not included in the field of the other, but that what can be the point where it is signified as subject is a point, let us say, outside the other, outside the universe of discourse. Let's see if we can make heads or tails of this, particularly in light of the diagram that we generated out of 4, where you have these progressively encompassing rectangles and the formations of new S2s that try to encompass things that otherwise fall out. But in order to do that, let's back up a second. Let's zoom out. Take stock of what we have here. At this point in Seminar 16, we have a hypothesis, a topology, 4 algebraic symbols, and a new diagram. One of several new diagrams. But our latest new diagram is the one I'm talking about, where we took those encompassing circles from chapter 4 and re-diagrammed those as encompassing rectangles of the topology in question here. The hypothesis we know from 60s Lacan, all throughout that whole decade, basically, is that the signifier is what represents a subject for another signifier. That's the hypothesis we're working with here. And the topology that accompanies this hypothesis, notice how we move from a statement that contains words to one that is going to be topologically rendered at the level of a table or a diagram, and then from there into algebra. You hear what I'm doing here? We're moving progressively through discourse towards an utterance without words. Our hypothesis is clear. The topology that it generates is also clear. You see it as a rudimentary form of the master's discourse, as it would pop in Seminar 17, where you have S1 over the barred subject addressing with a little arrow pointing to S2. The signifier S1 is what represents the subject, that barred S underneath, for another signifier, here represented as S2. Which brings us to our four symbols. You've heard three. There's S1, there's S2, and there's barred subject. Also, though, at this stage in 16, Lacan is giving us a new way of understanding objet. Not exactly new, I should say, but one that shows little a being used as an index for the repetitive circuit that gets started by this topology, the repetitive circuit that we saw in our last diagram of progressively encompassing versions of the same topology. And that's also what we want to try and make some better sense of here. So let's start with these algebraic terms and see if we can define them. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a bunch of things to these algebraic terms, some things that we may want to cut out later, but that for now we can allow some resonance, conceptual, clinical, and otherwise, to occur between these concepts. Let's start with that S2. What do we know about S2? It's knowledge. It's deeply connected to the big other. It functions in very much the same way. It's a discourse. And in each sense, whether we're talking about knowledge, the big other, the symbolic, discourse, Lacan sees these at this point as totalizing structures. They are operationalizing a certain type of count and progressive encompassment. Each of them is operating in this way. And this, of course, connects to what he's doing when he says the big other doesn't exist. Because this totalized count, this complete count, is always incomplete. And we've talked a lot about that. The point here is that S2 is always necessarily, logically, structurally incomplete, barred, lacking, and as such, desirous. It is always a barred other. What is it desirous of? What does the big other want? Totality, universalization, absolute containment. But there's a dilemma here. If the big other, capital A, exists as an absolute container, it must be included among its contents. But if it is included among its contents, it doesn't exist as A, namely as an absolute container. So this is Lacan's version of Russell's paradox at the register of the big other, here being applied also to S2. If the totalizing count of the big other exists, then it also is an entity that has to be included in that totalizing count. But if it is included in another set, another count, it cannot be the absolute container of all sets, of all counts. That's the logic here. S1. I think S1 is the most elusive concept, the most elusive of these algebraic symbols that we have right now in 16. Here are some things that it means. S1, as I'm sure you've heard, designates the master signifier. It also represents the subject. We heard this in our hypothesis. We've seen this in our topology. S1 is what represents the subject for another signifier. Let's add something more here. If you check out the upper left quadrant of the graph of desire, I would suggest that we might make some productive headway, conceptually speaking here, by identifying S1 with the capital S signifier that signifies a lack in the big other. It's what's missing from the big other. It's what's missing from S2. And in that sense, I would suggest that we should also understand what the earlier Lacan meant by the phallic signifier or the symbolic phallus here at the level of S1. Not to say we want to keep that identification forever, but that there is a conceptual resonance there that I think could be mobilized for new productive thinking in the field of Lacanian psychoanalysis. You've also heard me more or less identify S1 with the no of the father, with the paternal function in its first moment. In this sense, you can also identify S1 as the unary trait, the oneary trait. There's also this point that I've been making, just glancingly, that it's somehow connected to primary repression. Lacan makes a turn in this regard by shifting from his discussion of S2 as knowledge to this issue of primary repression. And I think we could make some headway here by throwing S1 in the mix as well. I wonder to what extent we could establish a relationship between S1 and the minus phi of castration. I wonder how that might articulate or not. Maybe even with a non-relation that proves just as useful as any sort of an identification between the two. Now you can see what I'm doing here is I'm trying to generate some friction and connection between other concepts and notions in Lacan's thought that I think could be productively used here. Third element in our algebraic collection of 4, the barred subject, this S with a line through it. The barred subject here, the split subject, if you will, is a remainder of the disjunction between saying and speaking. In brief, the grammatical and the enunciating parts of selves. The split subject is a fallout from that disjunction between the grammatical subject and the enunciating subject. It is a real effect of our dependence on the symbolic. And that's partly what Lacan is suggesting here in chapter 4 of 16 when he talks about the real getting stuck on the subject. We rely on language. We use language. The subject is always an effect dependent on what Lacan says in chapter 4 as the assertion. Think of that as language use. The subject is an effect of using language. And what we're suggesting here is when we read it as a disjunction, as a fallout from language use, what we see is some sort of opportunity structure for a connection with the real. Because what else is the real but a remainder of the disjunction between elements that are knowable and unknowable, sensical and nonsensical? And you can go on fleshing out the dichotomies of Western thought. The real is what falls out from those various dichotomies. It's what's left of the disjunctions that constitute the various discourses of Western thought. as they rely on these dichotomies. The subject is also something that falls out from a dichotomy. What's continually dropping out from grammatical subjectivity is the body, a corporal scrap, a pound of flesh. It's biomateriality. There's always a biomaterial leftover that the signifier at the level of grammatical subjectivity can't quite capture. When I use the vertical pronoun I, whatever follows that is always going to leave something behind. A part of me, always corporal, I would add, always bioanimalistic, that is not accounted for, which in turn provokes additional signifiers, additional significations, additional grammatical instances of the vertical pronoun I. The subject, as these instances repeat, as they reiterate, as I reiterate, the subject becomes an infinite, non-identical repetition of itself. And this is what Lacan means at the end of chapter 4 when he says, you cannot universalize the subject. You can't make it one. Because its relation to itself is repetitive and differential. The subject is always a repetition with a difference. And those differences prevent any sort of universalization of the subject. I'm never going to be able to just say I once and finally, once and for all, tell you what it's about. The subject doesn't work that way. Which brings us to this fourth algebraic symbol, little a. What is little a? Lacan tells us in 16 that it's an index or a symbol of this repetitive, ever-expanding circuit in which S2 has to be expanded to incorporate an S1, but that incorporation always leaves something behind. And that something behind is a split subject that then provokes a new master signifier, an S1, to try and encompass what the previous iteration left behind. But that encompassment in turn also leaves a remainder, which in turn provokes another S1 and another expansion of S2, and so on and so forth. The algebraic symbol for this repetitive necessity, a logical repetition that just keeps going, that we see on display in the diagram we were working with, is little a. Go back, look at the diagram. You'll see what I mean. So here it is in sum. S2 is always lacking. S1 signifies not just a subject, it signifies what is lacking in S2. S2 then tries to encompass this S1. Because holy shit, if I'm the totality of signifiers and there's this other signifier out here representing a subject to me, damn it, I better get my hands on that one too. I better swell to encompass that signifier in addition to all the ones I already have collected here in my S2. S2 tries to encompass each and every S1 that pops up. But here's the deal. This progressive encompassment always leaves something behind that in turn provokes a new S1. We're trying to drill down on the repetitive necessity that is at stake here. You've heard me say it before, I'll say it again. Repetition is the central concept in Lacan's thought right now, here in 16. The subject, where we started this little discussion. The subject is what is repeatedly dropped out from this process, provoking a new S1 to encompass the subject that was left out. And that in turn provokes a new expansion of the S2 to encompass that S1. And little a is just the signifier. Index is the term Lacan uses here. Symbol maybe works a little bit better. But it's a symbol of this three-part, three-element circuit of S1, S2, and the barred subject that doesn't just occur once. The topology is a great place to start. But when you actually introduce logical, structural movement into that topology, what you see is that it reiterates. It forces a kind of repetition of itself, an expansion of itself. And this expansion doesn't just mark the production of the barred subject as a repetition of itself that is non-identical, that is not universalizable. This progressive expansion, it also shows us the desire of the big other. In our last series, we learned that the big other lacks. One of the things that's popping up here now in Seminar 16 is that this lack, structural, logical, necessary in the big other, not unlike the lack inherent in every subject, in turn becomes a cause of desire. And the desire of the big other, again, is absolute containment. If the big other lacks, if it is desirous, what is the object of its desire? We've talked a lot about what is effectively the cause of the big other's desire, the structural necessary breakdowns that define its operativity. Okay, what exactly is the object of the big other's desire? Chapter 5 gives us a clue. First page. Lacan talks about taking a little note for everybody that he wants to bring to the conversation. I can understand that. Notice the end of the first paragraph. A certain number of references, he says he started to say, that are absolutely essential for maintaining the I in quotation marks in a sufficient light, sufficient for it not to be able to be thrown. Jeter, but also remember that it's from the Latin jacere, meaning to throw, so it's closely related here. There is a je, or an I, in that, to be thrown to the dogs, namely professors. So he's giving us a clue as to what it is that is the object, not the object cause, but the object of the big other's desire. This I in quotation marks that we usually use to symbolize the grammatical subject, that part of me that appears in and as language whenever I use the vertical pronoun I, the indexer I that always shifts depending on who's using it. If you use I, it's now yours. If I use it, it's mine. It shifts around. But here, it's the vertical pronoun I as a signifier that interests Lacan. And what he wants to do is figure out a way to keep it in sufficient light, sufficient for it, this vertical pronoun I, to not be thrown to the dogs, namely me, the professors. I love this. It's a great place to start. And then he goes on and starts getting into the Hebrew. I am what I is. He's toying with it, admitting that it's not his strong suit, at least at the level of pronunciation. And then a few pages in, we're on page 3, he gives us another hint. For us, in an approach that can be opened up, it is before the big other. You see this paragraph on page 3? As allowing a logical failing to be circumscribed, as locus of an original flaw, brought to bear on the word insofar as it might respond, that the I, as firstly subjected, and notice his play on words here, I wrote somewhere to designate this subject insofar as in discourse it is never produced except as divided. So on the one hand, there's a really simple statement here that because we are only able to appear in language as signifiers, we're always torn between our sociolinguistic status at the level of language and our bioanimalistic status at the level of embodiment. Now, there's a more complex point here, though, because what's at stake seems to be circumscribing the logical failure at the center of the big other, an original flaw brought to bear on the word insofar as it might respond that the I, here's that I in quotation marks again, appears as firstly subjected. This is our first clue. I, vertical pronoun as grammatical subject. And I would like to suggest also as a kind of S1 in the topology that we've been working with. It's the signifier that represents the subject to another signifier. And it's operating at the level of assertion. It's operating at the level of language use. And the subject is an effect of this language use. The subject does not precede the vertical pronoun. It is a product of that pronoun's usage. Moving on here. Page 4, pretty fun stuff. Big other, thou, and then right back to I again. Page 5 is interesting here because it's on page 5 that he returns to this notion of S2 that reminds us that however much we want to connect S2 to the big other, they are not exactly the same. S2 is a subset of the big other. And he emphasizes this in chapter 4. We didn't spend much time on it, but it's there. They are akin, but S2 is fundamentally a subset, which is a word he starts using here. And here what he's adding on 5 is that S2 is an extracted subset, a subset outside the big other. So he says, take a sheet of paper and write down on that sheet of paper all the totality of signifiers. He says at the bottom of page 4, a totality of signifiers, you can write them all on the page if you reduce them to phonemes, and suddenly you've got a page that is effectively the big other. This is his example. This is what counts as an illustration. You have a page, you write all the totality of signifiers and at the level of phonemes, and pow, you got the big other. Now, where's S2 on this? He's going to say that shit is off the page. Notice, this other signifier, S2, will be outside the page. And you can see the diagram on 5 with him working this. Big other is the big circle, you might say, and there's that little S2 that is being extracted. It's a subset, but not sub in it's a different kind of set that is extracted, that is outside the big other. Sub, if we allow it the same way that we refer to the subject. Let's see what else we can make of this. We're moving on to page 6, and we see this connection between grammatical subject and S1. Notice this, because I really want you to have some passages in mind when you're thinking about whether you want to accept the connection between the grammatical subject I and the S1 that we've been talking about here. Right about middle of the page, end of that top paragraph, beginning of the next one. This grammatical subject, then, so difficult to properly circumscribe, is only the place where something comes to be represented. Now we know that the subject is the something that comes to be represented in the level of grammar, in the level of language. It's the bioanimalistic part of the subject that gets left out, but there's always some part of that that gets signified and represented at the level of language use, at the level of sociolinguistics. The example that we had from our last lecture was one of my cat's names, Lucifer. and how that shifts from Lucifer to mittens and so on and so forth, and why that happens. Here you can just think of the grammatical subject as Lucifer. It's the signifier we use to represent her. But that signifier doesn't capture all that she's about, you see, and so you can recall where we were last time. Now notice the move. Immediately after this, on page 6, let us come back to this S1, insofar as it is what represents this something. So the same something on display connected to a grammatical subject is now attached to S1. And let us recall that when the last time we wanted to extract this S2 from the field of the other, there's that emphasis on S2 as a subset that's been extracted from the big other. As appeared necessary because it could not maintain itself in it, you can read chapter 4 to figure out how he's thinking his way through that reasoning. In order to collect together the S alpha, S beta, S gamma, in which we claim to grasp this subject. So here's a clear statement of S2 as an extracted subset, connected to the subject, pulled from the big other, and also a connection between S1, the grammatical subject, the vertical pronoun, I, and the split subject that these things represent. Moving on. There's some pretty good stuff at the bottom of 6 about the subject being outside the big other again. But then he gets right back once more on 7 to the big other as lacking, as barred, and about how math tries to cover this up. This failure, though, is unavoidable. At the top of page 8, we start getting some good stuff here. Lacan's going to say that completeness is lacking. And as a result, what we wind up with are points of undecidability. Terrific use of term here. Really happy that he's got this in here. And you could go a long way working with this notion of the undecidable. That is a function or an opportunity structure that's opened up by the fact that completeness is lacking, as he says at the top of page 8. For us, though, what's really terrific is where he goes next. In the paragraph that begins, these echelons, let's take a close and careful look at this paragraph. These echelons, not of uncertainty, but of defect in the logical texture, are the very ones that may allow us to grasp that the subject as such might, in a way, find there his support, his status. In a word, the reference that, at the level of stating, is satisfied by adhering to the fault itself. Now this is kind of interesting, given the type of stickiness and adherence that we saw in chapter 4, which was Lacan saying that the real gets stuck on the subject for reasons we've discussed. Now he's saying that the subject is itself adhering to something else. The subject is also in turn stuck to something else. What is it stuck to? The subject is stuck to the defect in the logical texture of the big other. The lack in the big other is the defect or the fault to which the subject is attached, adhering, and so forth. The split subject, the barred subject, whatever we mean by this, Lacan is here telling us in 16, is adherent to, stuck to, glommed onto the defect or the fault in the big other, in the symbolic, if you want to even go that far. Wouldn't this make sense and be another reason why the real would also be stuck to the subject? What else is the real but a fault line in the symbolic? Reading on. Does it not seem to you that just as perhaps on condition that such a numerous audience would be so obliging as perhaps we can make it felt in some construction, even if it entails, as I already did, in connection with the field of the big other, abbreviating it may be in a way rendered necessary in the statement of discourse. Okay, what the hell? Just skip the sentence. Now, some of you may, how could you do that? How could you just skip a sentence? This is the best sentence in the whole chapter. All right, cool. Let's talk about it. But I want to go somewhere else. Because in tackling this field from the outside, from logic, nothing prevents us, it appears, from forging the signifier by which there is connoted what is wanting in the signifying articulation itself. Here he is talking about the signifier of the barred other. Again, that upper left-hand quadrant of the graph of desire. What is the signifier that connotes what is wanting or lacking in the signifying articulation itself, qua big other, qua symbolic, if that's easier? We're looking for the signifier of the lack in the other. If this something could, and I am still leaving this in the margin, be articulated, and this has been done, that proves that this signifier with which a subject in the final analysis can be satisfied by identifying himself to it as identical, and the very lack of discourse cannot be situated. Now, this is one of those sentences where it's tempting to let go of it, but this is one we actually want to keep a hold of. Let's see if we can read it without a lot of the interjections that Lacan offers. If this something, namely the signifier of the lack in the other, could be articulated, that proves that this signifier with which a subject can be satisfied by identifying himself with it as identical to the very lack of discourse cannot be situated. That last part is key, right? The signifier of the lack in the other that the subject is identified with, stuck to, adhering to, this S1, if you will, can't be situated. And then he goes on to say, of course, if you will allow me here, this abbreviated formula, and not all of those here who are analysts not aware that it is for want of any exploration of this order that the notion of castration. Whoa! And then he's at minus phi. And this is one of the ways where we can start seeing how the subject identifies with the S1, and the S1 is the signifier of the bar in the other, and this is also hooked into the minus phi of castration. So you have right now this cluster of algebraic terms, key terms, you might even say, in Lacanian psychoanalysis. And it's great when you've got these clusters. Things are all popping here together. And we'll see which terms we want to keep, which ones we want to shunt to the side. But for right now, note this move. The signifier of the lack in the other is connected to the S1 that represents the subject for another signifier here, S2. And all of this is analogous to, he says at the bottom of page 8, castration. This notion of castration, which is indeed what I hope you have sensed in passing to be analogous to what I am saying, that the notion of castration remains so vague, so uncertain, and then he goes on. But castration is somehow caught up in this as well. This notion of identification between the subject and the signifier of the lack in the other is an interesting one. And the fact that it cannot be situated makes it even more interesting. Why can't it be situated? Is it because relative to the big other, this minus phi, this S1, if you want to link those two up, and again, we're playing with this stuff. Is it because this is a sight and a signal of non-being, of something that relative to the symbolics count of everything is in fact a nothing, a no thing, which is part and parcel of how we get to the minus phi of castration. Castration marks the production and proliferation of no things, things that are prohibited, becoming lost objects, but more importantly for us, resulting in openings, a limited number of mouths on the human body that are also erogenous. But we're moving fast. Good stuff on the next page. Page 9 has more on S2 as something outside the big other. And then on page 10, I don't know about you, but my brain starts to hurt on page 10 in the best way. He starts getting back to the drive. It is therefore, first of all, insofar as the other is not consistent, so he's now just assuming that everybody is on board and totally understands that the other doesn't exist. The other as consistent, as complete, as whole doesn't exist. Something's always missing from it. And what we're talking about right now is the something that is missing from the big other's count and accounting of everything. And we're getting some new ways to think about this as a signifier and as a subject. And then he gets into stating, turning into demand, which gives us bearing in the graph of desire to what he defines in his math theme of the drive. That's what you see about in the middle of page 10. And then he's got a little rendering of the graph of desire down below to help support the statements and conclusions he wants to get at. Now, move up from that graph about 6 lines from the very fact of the structure of the other. Now remember, when he says from the very fact of the structure of the other, remember, he is again assuming that we all know and can see logically, structurally, why the other is inconsistent. And from the basis of this structure, certain things follow. From the very fact of the structure of the other, all stating, whatever it may be, becomes demand. Demand of what this other is lacking. At the level of this barred subject relative to the big D of demand, the double question is, I ask myself what you desire. And it's double, which is precisely the question we are highlighting today. Remember where we started? The opening page of chapter 5, the very question that we are asking today, that is stemming from a little note that Lacan wrote to himself. I ask you, not who I am, but further again, what I is. Now here, because of the way this is written, you can tell that the I in question is not some sense of self, it is a figure of self. What does the vertical pronoun I mean? What is it? What is this vertical pronoun? The vertical pronoun I as an S1. Hell, we might even rewrite the S1 as an SI. Is the object of the other's desire. And then he goes on. On page 11, we're back at the desire of the other. And then right back to the question of the I. Notice this last riff, the top paragraph on page 11. What you desire, namely what you are lacking, linked to the fact that I am subjected to you. This is a great dilemma to think through. What are you lacking relative to the fact that I am subjected to you? Now you can think of this like that section in Seminar 11 that we talked a lot about in previous series, where Lacan is working through the outer limits of separation, the logic of separation that would have a self-mortifying contour, where the child might ask the parent, could you lose me? Could you be lacking me? Could I be the thing that you're missing? Here, what is new and I think really profound is this bit about relative to the fact that I am subjected to you. Could I be a figure of your lack? And how does that impact the fact that I am dependent on you, subjected to you? It's a pretty interesting move. But again, we're after that vertical pronoun, so we're going to stay laser focused on this, which is where he turns in the very next sentence. And on the other hand, I ask you what I is, the status of the I as such. can hear me going past mustard pots on page 12, which extend to page 13. Still good stuff on the mustard pot, and very much in keeping with the idea that things are always leaking away and leaking out of these cracked cups, these holed pots, and so forth. For us, though, the goods start on page 14. We pick up the thread on page 14. The paragraph that begins the meaning as product. Drop down about 5 lines. What we are seeking is what not from the other, but outside the other as such, suspends what is articulated from the other, the S2 as outside the field. That's kind of an odd sentence, and at the risk of putting too fine a point on it, as we're often wont to do, let's give it a whirl. What we are seeking is what not from the other, which is where we get S2. S2 is a subset extracted from the big other, but something outside the other as such. Is this the subject? Is this S1? But he's marking some sort of a difference, something that's been cleaved from the other and something that is outside the other as such. Not as an extracted subset, but as an ultraset, an ultra entity, something beyond the big other as such. And it's what this thing does. Suspending what is articulated from the other, this S2. It suspends the S2. This is a great passage for us to consider, and one to look forward to when the standard English translation of 16 becomes available. Here is the question of knowing what is involved in the subject. So we're not talking about S2, we're talking about S1, particularly as it relates to the subject. And whether this subject cannot in any way be grasped by discourse, here also is the justification for what can be substituted for it. This is the final page of chapter 5 of Seminar 16. And so far what we have is a jumble, several jumbles of terms and of concepts. I think chapter 5 is terrific because it starts showing us how these terms cluster and cling together and gives us a sense of their relationship, further specifying S2's relationship to the big other and further specifying S1 and all of its imbricated relations to other important elements in Lacan's algebra. Where we go from here, we'll see when we get into the next chapter.